comment. The Board of Douglas County Commissioners welcomes public comment in advance and thanks you for following these procedures. Each action on the agenda will offer an opportunity for relevant public comment. Do you hear that? Eric, try taking some of the compression off. Thank you. Each action item on the agenda will offer an opportunity for relevant public comment about that topic. We ask that you wait until the agenda item you're here for comes up for discussion. Comments relating to agenda items are welcomed after the board has had the opportunity to discuss the topic. The Board of County Commissioners will invite comments on topics not included on the agenda during general public comment, directly after considering the consent agenda. This is a time for addressing issues not on today's agenda, but related to the general business of the Douglas County Commission. We'll first call on folks who are here in person, and then we will turn to any online commenters who are here with us tonight. If you're on Zoom, please plan to use the raise your hand function when the time comes and listen for staff to call your name. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and we ask that everyone give their full name and Douglas County residence for our meeting minutes. All public comments should be directed to the County Commission. Campaigning for public office is not allowed. We also reserve the right to mute and remove any speaker who is vulgar, rude, or inappropriate. The public should also know that comments received by the Commission during our meetings do not represent the views of Douglas County government. If visual aids are used during the meeting, the presenter will share their screen. Please know that online participants will not be able to view them without a computer, smartphone, or tablet during tonight's meeting. Materials are published online for your reference as well. Lastly, a recording of this meeting will be available on our YouTube page and website. A few things I'm going to say about public comment since we have such a large group here tonight. We're going to hold real tight to 3 minutes. Don't try to go over. I will cut you off and we will cut off your microphone. It's not being rude. The purpose is so that we can move efficiently and hear as many people as possible, okay? The second thing I'm going to say is, you can't hear me, can you? You can hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Sorry, it sounds from where I'm sitting like my mic is going in and out and in and out. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to talk. If I talk really loud into the microphone, you don't want to hear that either. So we'll figure it out. What I'm not going to allow tonight and what we will, and I've talked to the other commissioners, what we're not going to allow is any clapping, cheering, affirming, or the opposite to anything anyone says. Okay, we want to hear everybody talk. We just want to listen. We want to have a nice civil conversation about differences of opinion. If we can do that, we'll keep public comment open. The minute we start doing those other kind of things, I'm going to give a couple warnings and then I'm going to shut it down. This is from experience. There is nothing requiring us to take public comment. We do it because we value it and we want to hear from our community members about topics that are important to them. Everybody give me a thumbs up if that sounds okay. All right, good. Just want to make sure you hear me. Okay, our agenda. We'll start with our consent agenda. Then we have general public comment. Then we'll have regular agenda items. We have a request for a grant matching fund from Charter Communications. We have a DECA Social Detox Project extension request, and then we will move into the TBUs from NextEra Energy. We'll finish with appointments and commissioner or administrator miscellaneous before we adjourn. With that, commissioners, is there any item on the consent agenda that you'd like to have removed for further discussion? Seeing none, is there any member of the public who'd like to remove a consent agenda item for further discussion? Anyone online, Sarah? No one online. All right, commissioners, I'd take a motion on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Reed, I move to approve items 1.1 through, I'm sorry, I just said that. Yep, it's 1.1 through 1.4. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll move on to general public comment. Here's how we're going to do this. I've got 2 pages here. I'm assuming that if you're on the list for general public comment, that's this one, the yellow one, right? Yep. I've got this one too. Does that go with the green ones?
That's the green one.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we've got 11 people on our general public comment list. What I'll do is I'll call your name. I'll also call the next 2 people. If you'll wait in line and be ready to go, make sure you give us your name and your address for our minutes. We'll start with Michelle, then Dan, Katie, and Julie Jones. If I didn't read your name right on what you signed in, I apologize.
Lately, the county's put forward publicly the open spaces plan, and one of the goals.
Michelle, give us your name and address if you would. Thank you.
Michelle Eagleman, Douglas County. Lately, the county's put forward publicly the open spaces plan, and one of the goals of the plan is protection and preservation. I would propose that the industrial scale wind and solar farms neither protect nor preserve our environment or our heritage. If this is truly something that the county cares about, as opposed to empty words, the county needs to rethink their commitment to industrial wind and solar. From the open spaces section of the ARPA proposals, quote, "This includes the protection of scenic areas, passive recreation areas, including trails, buffers between land uses, floodplain protection, environmentally sensitive and ecologically significant areas, agricultural lands, and historic sites. Damaging roads, carving up farmland, altering drainage patterns, and actually crossing some historic sites are some ways that these industrial farms will not only affect everyone negatively, but directly contradict what is stated in the open spaces discussion. Road and bridge damage and drainage is all of our problem. Neosho County did an engineering report after construction of the wind farm and showed that the road sustained almost $5 million in damages. We'll be paying for it. Carving up farmland is a serious issue with food security. That affects all of us as well. This is the second year in a row that Western Kansas wheat crop has essentially failed. Taking useful land out of commission is not wise in terms of food security. Another issue with the wind turbines in particular that affects all of our quality of life is what incessant vibrations will do in terms of groundwater contamination. The water from wells has been shown to deteriorate. Also, the runoff of surface water will contain lead, cadmium, and other toxic materials. Our county is dependent on wells and surface water. Water pollution, along with noise pollution, will affect wildlife. This goes beyond preserving and protecting. It isn't green and it's not sustainable. Thankfully, we in Douglas County have the benefit of seeing what has gone on around the state and country in terms of wind and solar activity. That's too bad for them, but good for us. We can learn from their mistakes. There's no reason to think that any of those things wouldn't happen here. Money cannot take away regret. I would urge you as commissioners to revisit your commitment to preserve and protect our environment and heritage. I will end by quoting from the open spaces section of the ARPA proposal. Protected open spaces, public parks, preserved farmland, protected sensitive lands, and private conserved lands provide proven and substantial economic, environmental, and public health benefits to a community. Ban industrial wind and solar.
Dan, you're next, then Julie, and then Kevin Nelson.
My name is Dan Katie, and I live in Lawrence. I'm not going to talk about the wind energy or the solar energy because I know that this group here will not listen. They don't care what I say. What I do want to talk about is a Lawrence that I used to know. I first came to Lawrence in 1970. It was affordable, safe, clean. Now, under this leadership, we have homeless people all over, and it's a real problem. They've done nothing for it. Taxes have gone up. Where's that money going? Crime has gone up. We have, over the last 2 years, we've had double-digit fentanyl deaths. We've got a behavioral crisis center that they can't get open and working. Me, that's a failure in leadership. So if there's a failure in leadership, how do we correct that? There's an election coming up next year. And these 3 people are going to be up for election. If leadership fails you, you need new leadership. November 2024 can't get here soon enough.
All right, Julie, then Kevin, then Richard.
Hello, my name is Julie Jones and I live in Shawnee, Mission, Kansas. And I am a staff person of the Climate and Energy Project, which is a 501c3 Kansas-based nonprofit. I was born and raised in Kansas, and I came back to my home state after college to work on an issue that is extremely important to me: climate change and how it will affect me and my peers as young adults now and into the future. In my work, I am standing up the Kansas Environmental Youth Network, which is a new network of youth around Kansas who care about and are trying to figure out how to best be involved in the movement for climate action and justice. I'm hearing from young climate leaders that increasing solar energy on a larger scale is the kind of solution we need to fight climate change and rising emissions, and we are relying on you, our elected officials, to show climate leadership. We are already living in the reality of a changing climate, and the IPCC has found that climate change impacts and risks will only become more complex and more difficult to manage, jeopardizing a flourishing future for generations to come. When you, as elected officials, show leadership on climate, that matters to young activists and young voters. The time for action is now, and I hope you will support solar in Douglas County. Thank you so much.
Kevin, then Richard, then Marcia.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Nelson. I live here in Lawrence, and I'm here to remind you all that you are representing a lot of different constituencies. The reality is climate change is real. It's irrefutable, and there is no data to support it's not. Quite the contrary, we've already heard how bad the wheat crop is again, and we need to be thinking about that. We also need to be thinking, as you are making choices, are you not just listening to the current generation and those of us with gray hairs, or the next generations? And you just heard one of the commenters talk about the reality is the people we want to draw back to Lawrence, Kansas and Douglas County are the young, and they want a sustainable environment. You also are in a position to determine how we're going to solve the solutions. And I would ask that as you're listening to the comments here, are people giving you solutions or objections? We need solutions, and we need solutions that are easily sustainable. Individual solar is not an option. Now, I can say that because I was faced with it, and until I got an extra piece of land, I couldn't put solar panels on my house. It just was not properly situated. They are there now. They are in my backyard. The other thing that's in my backyard and in all of our backyards that we need to do something about is the carbon dioxide from all the fossil fuels that we are burning. We cannot move away from them fast enough, because the damage that carbon dioxide is doing to this environment and to not only this generation, but the next is unsustainable. And if you think you have problems now, raise the temperature another couple degrees, reduce the rain another couple of inches. We'll have real problems. We need to move now, and we need to move with solutions that can be sustainable. 1 minute. I will leave early.
Richard, then Marcia, and then Mike Bennett.
Richard Gall, 38400 West 183rd Street, Edgerton, Kansas. That's McCamey's Township of Johnson County. The two words global warming have become real familiar lately. And we all know from what science tells us, the big reason for that is fossil fuels. And of course, probably the biggest user of fossil fuels is coal-fired power plants. Recently, I heard on the news that global warming is affecting the Colorado River. And they're thinking about limiting the use of water out of Lake Mead and Lake Powell because of global warming. We in this area can't fix that, but we do have the opportunity to do our share in changing that. And I can't say enough about how I would be so happy if I was somebody that was going to have my limited water supply, get that changed so I could operate normal. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Good luck. God bless you.
Marcia, then Mike, and then Laura.
Marcia Powell, Baldwin, Kansas. I just want to say that I'm really disappointed in your staff investigation regarding the SODAR unit that was placed in August or September on Clarice Breedlove's property and then withdrawn before Christmas. On page 94 through 96 in your agenda notes, it says that at the meeting on March 29th, a member of the public reached out to a commissioner and, told you about this. Okay, that was me. But I also told you about it beforehand. I gave that commissioner the phone number. I spoke to Clarice today. She said no one has ever contacted her either by mail or by phone. So how can your staff have found out that this was not important if anyway, it says that they couldn't find any evidence supporting this. Well, they didn't look very far, and that makes me upset. Also, they said that by looking from the road, they couldn't tell that there had been anything there that the solar unit, and that was in January. The solar unit was not by the road. It was clear back by that tree line, back in the grass. Did they walk back there and look? That's what I want to know. I don't think you guys are doing your utmost, or your staff is not. Then the other thing is on pages, this is of the agenda tonight, on pages 180 through 186, you have solar energy in Douglas County. It's by the highlight report, and there's 15 people in 7 pages, but there's 31 comments. Of these 31 comments, what happened is somebody is going through, reading their whole thing, drawing out part of it, taking it to the back page and presenting it again. And it's gone over 2 and 3 times with almost each person. So that shows that this is not, it's not right. I can't think of the right word, but you guys, somebody is making it look like you want more solar than what actually people have commented. You're taking these people's words twice, the same thing that's been taken out of the paragraph and put in the back pages, because I read them word for word. That's it. I hope you can do better.
Mike, then Laura, and then Janet.
Good evening, Mike Bennett, Eudora. Regarding wind and solar regulations, I haven't heard any mention requiring any sort of a public log for herbicides, pesticides, rodenticides, or anything else that's been used on sites once they're approved and in place. It'd be kind of nice to know if you're a neighbor, what they're spraying around you. Groundwater contamination from either type of project is critical concern. The groundwater levels in Southeast Douglas County are at or near the surface in many areas that are proximate to the proposed sites, and chemicals applies to the surface can easily enter the shallow aquifers. There's been extensive discussion regarding ambient noise levels and light flicker from the turbines, and I don't think it's disputed at all. Wildlife kills by wind turbines is also well documented. And concern about the heat generated from solar panels, which will kill native vegetation on neighboring properties. Don't know if you've heard that. I haven't heard much about it here, but which of course the solar panels are deployed to prevent global warming, but they do generate a great deal of heat, which would kill vegetation on surrounding properties, is what I have read anyway. The impact on noise, light, heat generation, groundwater contamination, and wildlife all seem to be worthy of serious consideration. And one might even say the basis of existence. So many concerns and so few answers at this point. And I'm surprised that an independent environmental impact study isn't required in the regulations, considering the paradigm shift in the use of the land and the agriculture to utility scale industrial power generation. We need time to study and understand the environmental impacts utility scale solar and wind projects will have on our communities. After all, construction of the utility projects is to save the environment, right? Well, let's not be fools to follow the flock off the cliff. I'm requesting you to consider a 5-year moratorium on approval of utility scale wind and solar projects in Douglas County. This will allow time for the commission and the planners to witness the effects of these projects to densely populated areas and appropriately amend the regulations. The data set is simply not there yet or mature enough to base good decisions. The world as we know it will not come to an end in the next 5 years without utility scale wind and solar projects in Douglas County. I thank you for your consideration. And 5 years will be over before you know it. Have a good day.
Laura, then Janet, and then Mike.
Laura Bennett, Eudora, Kansas. I'd just like to speak to what a gentleman said earlier regarding Lawrence and the homelessness and the rising costs. And then just briefly mention the lack of equity in the projects being proposed for the solar in terms of the residents of our county. You know, it's wonderful to take into consideration the need for alternate energy resources, but there is adequate acreage of rooftop available within the populated Lawrence community to provide, you know, the 1,000 acres of solar desired. Not only that, but when you look at these projects and all of the energy being exported to other states, it does little to benefit those in Douglas County itself, except for maybe a sense of pride of contributing to the solution. I would say that a better alternative would be for this commission to take a role of true leadership in bringing the dispersion solar to the Douglas County area and utilizing something that might actually benefit the residents themselves. When I look at CareNet portals and those different places, one of the top requests is for help in their energy bills, where this provides no direct help at all to the citizens who need some help. I feel like everybody will be contributing in a negative way by paying the cost of all the transmission lines for all Evergy customers. And so basically you're adding a burden onto those already burdened by this while not providing any alternative that could bring relief on to the citizens here. And I feel that that's short-sighted. And I don't really think that, I really think the impact could be so much greater if the focus was shifted away from benefiting just a few farmers and want some giant companies to what would benefit not only the citizens, but provide solar, acres and acres of solar to other areas as well as our own. Thank you so much.
Janet, and then Mike, and then Carrie.
Janet Yaley, rural Douglas County. I'm going to read a notarized statement from a 95-year-old friend who was paid a visit by a representative from NextEra, and this tells you the character of the company. Stephen Cunningham, Land Services Representative Development from NextEra Energy Resources, LLC, at 700 Universe Boulevard in Juno Beach, Florida, came to my house at 10 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022, to talk about the wind turbines they want to put on my property. He explained how they would do it and all the benefits, and I was still undecided, so I asked him if he knew Leonard Hefner, since he is a well-known farmer in the area and a relative of mine as well. And Stephen said easily, "Oh yes, I know Leonard." So I asked Stephen if Leonard had signed up for the wind turbines, and Stephen said quickly, "Oh yes, he's already signed up." But I was hesitant to sign up, so I didn't do it, and then have since decided for certain not to sign up for the wind turbines, since I think they should be placed in an area that is not so densely populated. And since then, I have personally talked to Leonard's son, Jason, who is also a landowner in this area, who tells me neither he nor his father have signed up and have no intention of doing so. What does that tell everyone about the integrity of Stephen Cunningham and also about NextEra Energy? I don't like it when people do not tell me the truth. This is notarized and this is not part of the letter, but I'd also like to say that I know that a representative returned to this person's house with bearing gifts and flowers. Maybe they thought since she was 95, she was an easy target, but thank goodness she knew not to sign up. Thank you.
Mike, and then Carrie, and then we'll switch to anybody online.
Good evening. Mike Calhoun. We just recently moved here about a year ago from Nebraska. And we bought 3 tracts of land in 2020 and then received a call from someone in Douglas County that we would have to move our camper because in Douglas County, they want everything to look really nice. This was a 2009 triple slide camper that looked really nice. And we used it to take a rest when we were clearing up the area. So I'm trying to draw the conclusion between beautifying Douglas County and putting up wind turbines and solar panels, which neither one of which are really beautiful. I'm also a pilot, and I've flown the Platte River doing whooping crane monitoring. And I've seen whooping cranes and sandhill cranes just fly into highline wires, let alone windmill turbines. I've also flown the Loop Rivers by Thedford and some other rivers up by Petersburg, Nebraska for those same things, for the concerns about wildlife. And believe me, those wind turbines kill wildlife. I've seen it happen. I've also had several emergencies in a small airplane. Some people in South Dakota had an emergency. They had to come below the clouds, and guess what they encountered? A wind farm. They're all killed. You've got Topeka Forbes, Topeka Billard, you've got New Century, and you have Johnson County. If anybody comes in from the south with any kind of an emergency and they come through that area, they're not going to make it. Thank you.
Gary, and then we'll switch to online comments.
Good evening, commissioners. Karen Patrick. Sorry, got a cramp. Shannon, sorry. I'm very tired, so bear with me. I wanted to quickly make my general public comment first about transparency, ethics in local government, not saying that our commissioners are unethical, but it's very important to be reminded of that a lot. Ex parte communications, no bias, no conflicts of interest. One thing that I want to mention is the censorship. I feel like the general public comments that have been made just now are incredibly critical and important to citizens of Douglas County. And I don't really understand the decision or where it came from or where it came down from to take out archiving the recorded general public comments from the county's government YouTube channel. I think that's not building a lot of trust within the community. And it's like begs the question, why? And it would be great to know why. The other thing that I would love to urge the commission, especially in the next election cycle when we add the new 2 commissioners, is to really reevaluate the joint Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission resolution that's been in place since 1960. That needs to be reevaluated and looked at. It's very much Lawrence centric, in my opinion, and we're underrepresented on the Planning Commission. I know that now the ratio of unincorporated to incorporated has kind of been leveled out, but originally a couple of years ago it wasn't. We had to actually raise that issue with the county and then also contact Randy Larkin for oaths of office, which didn't exist. So things like that, just paying attention to state statute and adhering to it. And then lastly, responsibility and accountability for vetting contractors and experts and consultants that the county hires. And I'm specifically talking about, for example, Climate Plus Energy Project. Dorothy Barnett is a lobbyist. She should have never been hired by the city of Lawrence to come up with the climate studies and assign community liaisons to get the community survey study groups started. And then also unethical propaganda tactics, which I have included in the public, or no, haven't sent it to you yet, but Jeremy LaFavor's Halo harvested, we believe, the phone numbers off of the petitions that were handed to Sarah on the 29th, and he sent out unsolicited texts, which is illegal. So I want to make you aware of that. I'll send you more information. Thank you.
Okay, as we move to online comments, our public comment is recorded and is published on YouTube. There was a time when it wasn't, but it is now. Yes. Sarah, do we have anybody online?
So Joe Harrington keeps raising his hand and putting his hand down. So I don't know if he's trying to come in for general public comment or not.
Maybe he's just waving at you. So
I think it sounds, yeah. Hi, Joe.
Joe, hold your hand up and leave it up if you want to give us public comment.
I'm worried that it's spam. Okay. So I think we're going to leave him out unless he can keep it on.
Okay.
There's no other hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to our regular agenda items. Thanks everybody for having a good civil discourse. Appreciate that. We'll move on to our first item, which is a request to grant match funding for, let me do that again, a request to grant match funding from Charter Communications. This is you, Sarah.
Commissioners, I'm moving Dayton Murdy into the panel with Charter Communications. Dayton, you're in the panel. You can come off mute and present your item.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Good evening. My name is Dayton Murdy, and I'm the Senior Manager of Government Affairs at Charter Communications. Charter is a leading connectivity company and cable operator providing superior spectrum internet, TV, voice, and mobile services to 32 million customers across 41 states. We're driving innovation and growing economies from coast to coast and in communities big and small. From 2018 to 2022 alone, Charter invested over $40 billion in infrastructure and technology. Charter's multi-year, multi-billion-dollar rural construction initiative will add over 100,000 miles of fiber optic network infrastructure to deliver gigabit speed internet access to approximately 1 million currently unserved, mostly rural homes and small businesses across the country. In Kansas, Charter's 579 employees service over 127,000 customers. And in 2022, we paid over $18 million in taxes and fees while simultaneously investing over $37 million in private capital to reach an additional 3,000 homes and small businesses. We are presenting today to ask the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for a commitment to financially support our 2 Douglas County grant applications to the Lasting Infrastructure and Network Connectivity Grant Program administered by the Kansas Office of Broadband Development. Directly quoting the program guidelines, the KOBD highly encourages partnerships between service providers and co-investment sponsors to come together as a team to identify gaps in broadband infrastructure and establish community priorities. Applicants are encouraged to include co-investment funds intended to demonstrate community partnership involvement, overall support, and capture the degree of need for broadband infrastructure projects. By committing public funds, the Douglas County Board will be enhancing the viability of our broadband grant applications and increase the likelihood that our projects are selected for funding. We are requesting $10,000 per project to match the same commitment that the Miami County Board of Commissioners made towards all broadband grant applications in their county. But the more funding the county is willing to put forward, the more likely the projects will be selected for funding. County funds would offset the subsidy amount made by the state and not the private matching dollars put forward by Charter for our portion of the funding. In other words, regardless of the amount put forward by the county, if you select to put forward $0 or $50,000 per project, Charter will uphold our same financial commitment to the project. And these funds would only be allocated upon award of the projects by the Kansas Office of Broadband Development. We have shared maps of the 2 proposed projects with the Commission before this board meeting. Project 1 is mainly unincorporated areas of Douglas County to the south and southeast of Lawrence, south of Highway 10 and east of Highway 59, including Hesper and Vinland. This includes 783 currently unserved locations and has a total build cost of $5,183,834. According to an economic impact analysis conducted by Dr. Edward J. Lopez, Professor of Economics and the BB&T Distinguished Professor of Capitalism, School of Economics Management and Project Management in the College of Business at Western Carolina University, this project would generate between $14,176,279 and $21,494,068 of new economic gains for the county. Project 2 is located in mostly unincorporated areas of Douglas County to the northeast of Baldwin City, east of East 1700 Road, south of County Road 458, and west of County Line Road. It covers 374 currently unserved locations for a total build cost of $2,934,431. According to Dr. Lopez, Project 2 would generate between $6,771,300 and $10,266,643 of new economic gains for Douglas County. Moreover, Charter has partnered with non-for-profit PCs for People and the Northeast Kansas Library System so that if our applications are approved, we will host a rural broadband celebration at the library to give out at least 50 refurbished electronic devices and host a digital literacy workshop for residents of the project area. Workshop attendees will learn about cybersecurity, internet, computer, email basics, and the online resources offered by the Northeast Kansas Library System, including job search support. We hope that with your support, our Douglas County applications will stand out amongst the many submissions to the LINK program, and we will be able to fund broadband expansion to those in Douglas County who currently lack access to an affordable, reliable, high-speed connection. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to present this evening. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dayton. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I do have a quick question. Dayton, you mentioned having an event at the library. Do you mean the Baldwin Library, Eudora Library, or both?
It depends on the project. The first project will be either at the Baldwin Library or the Eudora Library, depending on the circumstances for the library. And if project 2 is awarded, it would be at the Baldwin City Library.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, we'll take public comment on this item. Is anybody here to give public comment on this one? Okay, checking online. Sarah, anyone? Okay. Further discussion and motions, commissioners?
Well, as you know, I've been working on this issue a little bit, trying to start some conversations with internet companies about who would be able to serve some of our rural customers for Douglas County. We have some significant holes in any kind of broadband access, and certainly not any kind of internet access, and certainly not what qualifies as broadband under the Kansas Office for Broadband Development. So been working with their office and the potential grant funds to just see how can we start cracking this open. We know we have a real need, and COVID certainly brought that front and center with school in our house and probably everybody else here too. So this is the first proposal that we have seen that as I've been trying to drum up since I've been working on it. There may have been others before now, and I'll let Sarah speak to that. But Jill helped me put together just a conversation with local internet providers and did not get a lot of hope from that group. Still working on it. And then this project did come up. So I know that this is not something that the commission had funded ahead of time for the 2023 budget. So I did speak with Sarah about what some options might be for the amounts we're talking about. So I imagine that would be a request from the commissioner's kind of budget. There's some room in there. So this is something that means a lot to me. It's a couple of areas that are frankly not our most problematic areas, but I'm hoping that we also send the signal. In addition, if we choose to put some matching funds towards it, that we would really like to have companies come forward and partner with us for rural internet.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. I appreciate your front end work on this and really doing some outreach with local companies, especially. And I'm hopeful we'll see a little bit of a change in tide and that there'll be some more interest from local and regional companies, but appreciate you knowing about this opportunity, and hopefully it'll start the ball rolling and it'll be an effective way for us to send the signal that we want to draw those federal dollars and opportunities into our community to make sure that we've got equitable access across every corner. So thanks for your legwork on that.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Willie. Thanks for your work on this. And Dayton, thanks for putting this application together. It seems like a reasonable investment of Douglas County to invest $10,000 in a project that could generate about $5 million to Douglas County. Sarah, did you have, Commissioner Willie indicated you might have some other comments about another project?
I was just going to mention that Midco has reached out to the county in the past, and while we did not provide financial support there, the county has been approached by other providers to expand access. That's all I was going to clarify.
Yeah, and Dayton, this would only be, I just want to reiterate that we would only, I don't know a nice way to say this, be on the hook for $20,000 if you got both those grants. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's how it's worked with Miami County. The commitment is only if the project is selected for funding by the Kansas Office of Broadband Development.
Okay. Commissioner Willie, you want to make a motion?
I do. I move that we authorize one-time general fund reserves for the grant match in the amount of $20,000 for charter networks, contingent on the award of the Lasting Infrastructure and Network Connectivity, or LINK, grant program through the Kansas Office of Broadband Development. And I would mention that that is $10,000 for each proposed project.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dayton. We'll move on to DECA's Social Detox Project Extension.
Lori Alvarado and Ed Lobdell from DECA are coming to the podium to talk about the project.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, commissioners, for your time tonight. We are here to talk about a project that I think you are aware of. It's our Pure Lead Social Detox Project that has been funded by behavioral tax funds with the county since 2018. So we're here tonight to talk a little bit about the project, give you some updates. We did change the project this fiscal year to reach beyond our current scope. So Ed has a quick proposal or a quick presentation on where we've been, the history, some data, and then a proposal to extend that project through this calendar year through the end of December.
Thank you, Lori. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Ed Lobdell. I'm the Program Director for DECA's substance use treatment work here in Lawrence, Douglas County. And that includes First Step at Lakeview, our Women's Residential Center, our outpatient clinic, and of course, the Social Detox Project that we operate.
Ed, if you go down to the bottom right-hand corner, you see where it looks like a little, yeah, that one, click on that. Cross your fingers. Okay, let's try slideshow.
It changed on my screen.
It changed on yours. Okay, there should be something. There we go.
Okay. So I'm going to try to be efficient in this presentation here. I can see there are a lot of people here tonight that want to speak. So, and I do want to say that I got dressed this morning before I looked at the agenda. So that's all this shirt means. I'm going to skip this part about what DECA does. I think you guys have heard this before. I think it's just important to know that DECA does a lot of different things besides, you know, just addiction treatment and stuff. We do lots of different things. So I'm here tonight to talk about the peer-led Douglas County Social Detox Project. And I do want to start out with talking about what is detox? What does that mean? What are we talking about? Why are we expanding it out of the hospital? That kind of thing. So when I say detox tonight, I'm talking about what we refer to as social detox. On the continuum of substance use treatment, there's medical detox and social detox, two different things. Medical detox is short-term, acute for people that are medically unstable. They are at risk of life-threatening consequences if they didn't have 24/7 medical care. Social detox, or the detox we're talking about tonight, is usually about 3 to 14 days. There's a different number I'm going to talk about in a little bit, but it's for people that are not at risk of life-threatening consequences. They may still need medication. They may still need monitoring. They're certainly not having a good time, but they don't need to be in a hospital in order to survive. Like it says in the proposal, this project started because people were going to the ED for detox services. They were going to the ED for services that the ED doesn't offer, that LMH doesn't offer, and that they didn't need to go to the ED for. On the previous slide, saw that really only alcohol, benzodiazepines, and sometimes opiates require medical intervention. A lot of people were going to the ED for meth, cocaine, other things that don't usually require medical intervention. There's that equity issue of there's no detox services for men in Douglas County. Now, of course, the TRC opening may change that. But back then in 2018, that didn't exist. And then not only that, but if somebody wanted to get to detox, they had to travel there, right? Especially for a man who had to travel out of county to get detox services. And if you're in detox, if you're about to come down, if you're under the influence, obviously not somebody we want driving around on our roads. So the Detox Project helps with that. I'm going to go through this kind of fast. Project started in 2018. We started with an on-call model. We were on call 24/7. We responded only to the ED, only to the LMH emergency department. Eventually that expanded. We included Heartland Community Health Center. We changed our hours too, that we were on call using our own data, LMH data. We kind of made better decisions about how to use those resources that you all support. We tried embedding peers into the LMH ED, and we had some mixed success with that. During the pandemic, especially, we started using other transportation services like Uber Health and stuff, as initially other people weren't allowed in the ED to go provide these services. So DECA couldn't go in there for a little bit, but, and then just of course, after hours to make sure everybody had access to it, no matter what time they went to the hospital. And then this year, in January 1st, you all supported expanding the detox project to include all of Douglas County, not just referrals from LMH. I do want to take a moment though to recognize our partners. This project would not be still alive today if it weren't for them. And of course, that is LMH. For the last 4 or 5 years, it's just been LMH making these referrals. They have been a great partner, been flexible, been progressive, and really invested in getting people to where they need to be. That's not the ED. We partner with a couple local providers, Johnson County Adult Detox Unit, RSI Crisis Center in Kansas City, Kansas, and the Vallejo Recovery Center in Topeka. And of course, we partner with Heartland Radac. We do try to refer all of our social detox customers to intensive care coordination. There's paperwork built into our intake packet about that. There's a release for Radac built in for that purpose. There's even a question on our screening that says, can we refer you to ICC? Our project is peer-led, it's peer-first, it's peer-forward. Everybody that facilitates these services are certified peer mentors in the state of Kansas, most as a substance abuse peer mentor, some of them also as a mental health peer mentor. Right now, we have 3 full-time peer mentors on the team and a supervisor, and that is considered fully staffed for this project. We've been fully staffed since the end of April-ish. So the expanded model, what does that mean? How's that different from before when we were just in LMH? Now we have, with the additional resources, with these additional peers on staff, we are able to provide coverage from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Our data from before, our data from LMH shows us that for some reason, people just really don't seek this service on Sunday. It wouldn't have been a good resource or a good use of resources to staff Sunday. People going to the ED on Sundays can still access this. We just don't actively staff it with our peer mentors on Sundays. Those calls first come into First Step at Lakeview, our women's residential center. And the reason for that really is just because there's 24/7 coverage. We can accept that call after 5 p.m., before 9 a.m. There's always a live human being that answers the phone. It's not a recording. It's not a computerized message. It's not a press 1 to get here, press 2 to get there. It's a human being. And then that gets handed off to the peer mentors who are there housed, officed in First Step, and they take it from there. They facilitate that referral, the transportation, everything necessary to make that happen, to get that person to the detox facility. In a little bit more detail, what that looks like is somebody calls us. We determine whether or not they're eligible, right? So they need to be a Douglas County resident. With some of our funding sources, our catchment area is the whole state of Kansas. So we do get people from Topeka and other counties calling us, asking for detox services. We can still serve them outside of this project though. But so we determine that, we hand that off to a peer mentor very quickly. That call is handed off to a peer mentor. It's transferred. We don't give the customer a new phone number to call. We just transfer it right then and there. That peer mentor administers a brief screening to see if that person even, really needs detox. Are they in some sort of mental health crisis? Are they in some other kind of crisis? What's going on? And if they do appear to need detox, we will make an agreement with them to meet them somewhere, I said, out in the field. That could be anywhere in Douglas County. Almost all of our calls, all but one, have been from somebody in the Lawrence city limits. We had one person from Baldwin call us trying to access services. But we will go anywhere in Douglas County. And our goal, what we want to say to other people is we're going to be there within 30 minutes. And I'm going to talk about that data in just a second too. So we try to respond within 30 minutes or meet them in the field within 30 minutes. Once we meet them in the field, we do a bunch of screenings. We continue to gather clinical information. We do a COVID screen, breathalyzer. We take their vitals. We do our consent forms and our other paperwork. And then the peer, based on that information, will then facilitate the referral. They will call detox facilities. They will give them information necessary. They will secure a bed for that person. Often when the person's calling the detox facility on their own, they would have to go through all these questions with the detox facility and all this. The peer handles that for them, mostly because we've already collected that information. And then we'll even transport the person. That includes their belongings. You know, we encourage them to bring a couple days worth of clothes if they're going to a detox facility. We instruct them to bring all their medications and everything they need necessary to be successful at detox. So we will transport those meds. We don't have any rules against people who are on controlled substances or medication-assisted treatments or benzodiazepines or anything else. We will transport those with them because that's what they need to be successful at the detox facility. And then it doesn't even stop there. After that warm handoff, we will get out and walk the person into the doors for a couple of reasons. One, because we want to make sure they get there, but two, because we have a chain of custody with the medication thing. So we want to make sure those meds end up in staff hands at the other end of the this detox continuum. A comprehensive alcohol and drug assessment is then administered by that detox facility. All of our agreements with them say that they will do that. And that helps them decide, does this person need residential treatment afterwards? Do they need outpatient treatment afterwards? What's the next right step after detox? We will help them facilitate that referral as well. Sometimes they're coming right back to a DECA program. Sometimes they can go to one of our DECA residential facilities. Sometimes they're coming back to DECA outpatient. So, but not always going to another DECA facility will still help facilitate that referral. And that includes transporting that person, especially when we have to transport them out of county. We don't want to just leave them there, right? Leave them in Olathe or leave them in Topeka or Wichita. So we will go get that person and transport them back, or get them and transport them to the detox or to the residential treatment facility if they got a bed that fast. Because so much can happen in between all these steps. We don't want to anything to fall in the cracks. And in the past, they have said they won't transport somebody back, like if they were unsuccessful in detox, like if they just walked out against medical advice or something. And we changed that this past year because we said, again, we don't want to abandon people out there, right? We took them there to this detox facility. But also, we can still have an opportunity to engage them, right? They left, walked out, whatever, they were mad, they didn't like the dinner that was served that night. We can still help them get connected to whatever the next right service is. So we will still transport them back. Of course, if somebody gets discharged because they're swinging at staff, we're probably not going to go pick them up. So, and like you guys heard from earlier from Mr. Casarona when he was talking about peer services, people follow up with their peers. Having a human being, having a face, having a number you can text or call when you want to get help is so much better, so much different than just a generic phone number or a text line or go here, you know, just show up at this place and they'll figure it out for you. They already have a human being that they know, that they're familiar with, that they recognize their face, that they can call and say, okay, hey, I'm ready to get back into treatment. I need to go to detox again. I'm sorry. And they will do that because they know this human being, and that human being has helped them before. So looking at some of the stats, some of the numbers, I think has been very successful. Over the years, our total numbers of people served have varied a little bit. Obviously, COVID had a big impact on that. Staffing had a big impact on that. The takeaway I want from this slide is that in the first 4 months of 2023, we've already served 39 people. So the expanded project has served more, where each month has trended higher. So we're on track to serve more people this year than we've ever had before. This year, in the first 4 months, we've received about 59 referrals total. 59 people have called us up asking to get help. 39 of those we placed in a detox facility. We got them there and they went in for their intake. 6 of those unfortunately didn't show, which means when we talked to them on the phone, we said, okay, well, I'm going to meet you at Dairy Queen in 20 minutes or at 8:30. You know, I'm wearing this. This is the color of my car. And for whatever reason, they didn't show up. A lot can happen in between that time. They make the call and they need to show up to meet us, even in those 20 minutes. That's why that 30-minute response time is so important, because I can change my mind that fast. 8 people we actually transported to LMH. Obviously, they weren't in physical health crisis right then and there. Otherwise, we would have called EMS. But 8 people we met with, that most of them were people we knew, we had a history with, and we knew when this person goes through detox, they're going to need medical help to stabilize first. They're at risk of life-threatening seizures or cardiac issues or something like that. Based on our screening tool, we have some objective criteria to help us figure out when do we need to take somebody to the hospital versus when can we take somebody straight to the detox facility. So those people we took to the hospital. Unfortunately, we did have 2 referrals that we weren't able to place just because there wasn't a bed at any of those facilities. Those facilities have been open with us, that they too are getting more and more business and have tried to prioritize their own residents. So there were 2 times we couldn't place somebody. One person we did take to the TRC. It was quite clear as soon as they got in the car and they started talking to the peer, they were probably under the influence, but they were certainly in the middle of a psychiatric crisis as well. And the peer was able to talk to them, and they agreed to go to the TRC. And even though they had already agreed to go to a detox facility, the peer is like, okay, no, we need to go to the TRC now. And they were able to get the person to agree to that. Interestingly, we had one person that we met in the field who ended up refusing to go to detox. So, and then at the time I pulled these numbers, there was one that just hadn't been finished in our EMR. So I don't know what happened to that referral, but a huge majority of them get placed or get to the right place. So looking at like last year when all the referrals came from LMH, 83% of those referrals were successfully placed in a social detox program. And then 69% of those people successfully completed that detox. Those numbers are awesome. Those are far greater than national averages for people entering and completing detox programs. Now, comparing that to this year, obviously it's different. Our project is accepting referrals, not just from the ED. So people that we get calling us up may or may not be medically stable, may or may not really know detox is the right service for them. They just know they need help. So 67% of the referrals we got were placed in a detox program. That's the 39 you saw on the slide right before this. But I think it's important to point out that 83% of all the referrals we got, though, got to the right place. Got to the hospital, got to the TRC, got to, you know, wherever they really should have been. And we were able to facilitate that. We didn't just say, oh, no, we only do detox. You know, here's the phone number for the TRC or the mobile crisis team, or, you know, we help facilitate that referral too. This year, 90% of the people we placed in a detox program have completed that program successfully. And I think that really speaks to the peers and the work that they do. This year, having the additional support from you all, being able to hire more peers, they are able to make sure that transportation happens. We don't have to use Uber Health or another third-party transportation service now for a majority of these calls. That peer can engage with them not only on the phone, but then in person. They have multiple opportunities to really connect with this person. And so I think that's why so many more of them are completing successfully now, just because they feel like they have somebody who cares. 97% of our referrals were met within 30 minutes or less. So I mentioned that earlier. We did have one person who took us about 45 minutes to go see them. It was not the person in Baldwin that called us. Ironically, our peer was in Baldwin at the time, and they had to come back to Lawrence to get that person. So, but even the person in Baldwin who called us, we engaged them within 30 minutes. So. Now, this is data from going back to 2018. So this is looking at everyone we've served. Overall, we've served 374 unique people, unique individuals, some of them multiple times. But you can see a huge majority of the people we've served, we have only served once. A couple interpretations from that, right? One biased interpretation is that those people are then being successful. They're getting to residential treatment, to outpatient treatment, they're entering recovery. They don't need to go back through detox again, right? A much more morbid and possibly realistic interpretation with fentanyl and the opioid crisis is those people are leaving, relapsing, overdosing. We do know that people leaving a residential center with jails at the top of that list are more likely to overdose when they relapse. So, but that includes hospitals, it includes detox facilities, unfortunately. So just another reason why we want that peer to go pick that person up on the other end when they're done with detox and bring them back. And on that car ride, have that conversation about, okay, what are you going to do next? Are we going to go to an AA meeting tonight? Are we going to go to outpatient tomorrow? You know, so that we can prevent that from happening. And then a majority of all the people we've served too since then haven't used the project again since 2020. So those people, you know, again, one interpretation is those people have been in recovery for at least 3 years. About 40 individuals have used it twice, which is about 11% of all the people we served. And then if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the list, 6 people, or less than 2% of all the people we've served, have used it more than 5 times ever. So some people do use it more than 5 times. And we're going to keep trying with those people. Like I said earlier, Mr. Casarona talked about that revolving door, but eventually he got it. Eventually people will get it if we keep trying to help them. Since we opened it up to include all of Douglas County, 53% of our referrals have come from somebody calling out there on their own in the community. We've even had people call us from their bed in the emergency room. That only happened once here at LMH, and that was a person who knew us and knew our services and wanted to get out of the emergency room and get into detox. So, but we get people from other hospitals that do that too. 42% of our referrals still came from LMH. So that transition from all of our referrals coming from LMH to now, you can see we've been able to reach a lot more people, impact a lot more people. It didn't just continue to be only LMH referrals. We have more referrals now from the general public than from LMH. And then about 5% of our referrals came from concerned parents, family, friends, aunts, uncles, that kind of thing. And that's what I have to share with you tonight. Thank you for listening to that. Can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Commissioners, do you have any other questions?
I will, but I'm happy to wait till after public comment.
I just have one question. It's sort of what I posed to Heartland Radak earlier. And I love that you can, in this program in particular, track that a majority are self-referrals. And I just love that. I think that as social service providers, we've sort of had a long history sometimes of gatekeeping how referrals come and that they have to come through a professional rather than somebody just seeking help on their own. So I just really commend that and appreciate that it's possible for people to self-refer. And it makes me curious what your take on that is. Certainly you mentioned somebody, and certainly some of those people are already familiar with you and maybe coming back or have done other services with DECA. What do you think, what else do you think is going on that attributes to so many self-referrals?
I think one possibility is that they are being referred by somebody else, by their Burt Nash case manager, by their RADAC peer or ICC person. But that person is not making the call to us. That person maybe even sitting with them and we just don't know it because we don't ask to speak to anyone else when they call us. But so that person may have given them our information because that person knew about what DECA does. And then they called us and got to where they needed to be. That's certainly a possibility, I think. Some people, I didn't put it on here, but a majority of the folks that we see come through this program are not people we've seen before at DECA, which surprises me. We found the same thing with our work in the jail. A majority of the folks we engaged in the jail were not people that had come through DECA before. So it's just one more door that people can access services, right? There's no wrong door to recovery. whether, even if it's the jail, that's unfortunate, but you can still start recovery from the jail. You can start recovery from wherever you're at. And I think this is a great example of that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that thought, and that I think it speaks even more to the dynamic of, like, as long as all of our sort of social service, human service partners are aware of this resource and can share it with people and empower them to make that call, whether they're with them or not. I just think that praxis goes a long way towards really sustained recovery and success for folks. So appreciate that you accept self-referrals. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is not something to be ignored, because it's not exactly the norm for all organizations and services. So thanks for that.
Sure.
I did have a bit of a question, and I think you answered it, but I want to confirm it. When we're looking at the total number of episodes and the data that you showed there, we saw a drastic drop in 2022. Was that just because we were only accepting LMH referrals, or you sort of hinted at a workforce issue?
That was both of those. Yeah.
Okay.
It's certainly part of a workforce issue. We had a couple peers embedded in the ED. Those both left feedback from them, said we probably shouldn't experiment again with embedding peers in the ED. And so after that, we used some of our other peers who were engaged in our other projects. We pulled them a little bit to help out and cover that. Yeah.
Okay. There's no other questions. We'll open this up for public comment. Anybody here like to provide public comment on this item? Anyone online, Sarah? Okay, we'll bring it back up to the commission for discussion and or motions.
I'll have a couple questions. So with the TRC that's now open, so the crisis center is open, and that's going to kind of change how those interactions go. So you mentioned you've had one so far that you brought straight to the TRC. Is the peer mentor allowed to then follow that person inside for treatment, or is that your warm handoff at the door? What's the peer relationship currently with the TRC?
That's a really good question. As far as DECA is concerned, yes, that peer could continue to work with that person. Whether Burton Ash is allowed to let other professionals come into the TRC is probably a licensing and accreditation thing for them. So they'd probably be able to. I'm sorry, I can't answer that part of it, but DECA could certainly keep working with that person if we were allowed to. We would certainly facilitate that warm handoff at the door, make sure they got to where they needed to go. If they were, had to wait in the waiting room, we would wait with them. So to make sure that they got taken back.
Sure. We've been in conversation with the TRC staff specifically around this issue, and it's something that we're working through. One of the questions that Jesse Bell and Bree Harmon Moore are looking at is the degree to which peers could come into the TRC to provide peer support with somebody that they have an existing relationship with, or that they may be walking out of the TRC. So my point is those conversations are going on. It's early in the process, but I was encouraged by the fact that this is sort of a point of discussion that the TRC staff has raised.
And is there currently an official relationship between DECA and the TRC for peer support?
There is not a signed contract, but we are moving through the process.
So the goal is to get to where?
We are hoping that will be agreed upon. We're in the final stages of negotiation. So therefore I can't talk much about details, but we are continuing that conversation and much closer.
We'll be eager to hear when we are able to hear that. I had a different question. Same thing that we asked of Heartland Rate Act actually in our work session is about the idea of treatment and kind of upstream help, is that it saves costs on ambulance, emergency department visits, some of those things that are expensive on the whole of society and a whole of taxpayers. Are you able to track some of those things of clients that are deferred from using those expensive services because we have earlier intervention and peer support and social detox?
Yeah, we have not actively been doing that. I think there is a degree to which we can do that. For example, we can look at our screenings and stuff and see who maybe in the past would have gone to the ED but instead, because we were able to engage them, we were able to get them somewhere else, right? So that saves an ED bill, that saves, all that.
Well, I think we'd be very excited to have some information on that. And I think we're going to ask that of other partners also moving forward. And it's because part of how we kind of tell that story back to the taxpayers about where their dollars go and why. And it's because people need it, but also because if we can catch people earlier, it is both better on them, but also better on total dollars too.
Any deferral against out of the ED is cheaper than us driving them to detox directly. We can get costs on that. I know we've been working with LMH to kind of give us some history on costs. So that is something we can begin to talk about.
Commissioner, also, I think that's a question that we can pose to LMH. LMH has been gathering data on return visits and multiple visit patients over time. We have seen a reduction over the last couple of years in a return within 30 days and a slight reduction within 60 days. So that data does exist, and it would be interesting as this project moves forward to be able to cross-reference those clients specifically. We might be able to take a look at that, because it's hard for DECA if they're not coming back to DECA, right? That data is controlled or by TRC or by LMH. So there's some crosswalking that would need to be done.
Thank you. In terms of social detox availability for programs, can you talk to me about people with kids?
The nature of detox makes it very difficult to be a parent at the same time as you're going through detox, especially if you're in the hospital, right? What we've done, for example, at First Step, our women's residential program, we also provide detox services there. We've had women seeking services that were coming in for detox that we didn't know, that didn't tell us they had an infant with them, and they showed up with an infant. We've also had women come in just for regular residential treatment admission who had kids with them who we decided they just used in the parking lot. They're going to need detox, for a couple of days. They're not going to be in a place to take care of this child now. And what we've been able to do is work with another one of our departments within DECA that provides respite care here in Douglas County, and put those kiddos in a respite home for 2-3 days, however long the mom needs to go through detox, so that mom can finish detox, and then the kiddo comes back and joins mom for residential treatment or whatever's next.
I have one more, but if somebody else wants to turn. So the funding that's being asked for from here, just confirming that those are not from general operating fund dollars, those are specifically from the behavioral health sales tax that is earmarked for items like this.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Sarah, this was money that we had set aside for the treatment and recovery center. Is that right? But then didn't need based on.
I don't know that I'd quite phrase it like that. Okay. What I'd say is
that's what I read in the memo. So
okay.
Originally budgeted for TRC operations.
Yes-ish, I'd say. I mean, I guess what I would say is that we originally eliminated this project for funding in 2023 because we felt, at the time, we felt like it was going to be covered by TRC. Now, as we're getting more into how the TRC operates, we want to make sure that folks have options in the community. And so by adding these, and we've seen how much it's been accessed in this current year. So I would just say there are available funds inside the behavioral health sales tax fund to cover the expense. And this is for 23 only, commissioners. You will have a request in your 2024 proposed budget to decide if you want to add back or maintain the service in 2024. And I probably would have, if the timing had been better, I could have tried to combine it. But as you know, I'm really close on my proposed budget and I had to go to print. So you'll have an ability to see this when you see the 24 budget.
I just thought of one more question. You sort of talked a little bit about, the fact that TRC is open now, what dynamics are at play there. You talked about working pretty closely and regularly with the ICC team and, sort of cross referrals or working together with folks. I'm curious if it's been noticeable, or I guess maybe if you can just kind of describe any relationship that has developed or is developing with headquarters around 988 specifically, and the dispatching of the mobile response team. Just are there, I guess, any protocols per se, if somebody's calling 988, talking with somebody, that becomes evident, are they able to sort of dispatch you all out rather than or in conjunction with the mobile response team, for example?
Yeah, that certainly could be an option. I've talked with Monica about when they get a call, how can they, if they decide that person's just in a substance use crisis, how can they then hand that off to us? And so we've talked about ways that they can call us with the person on the phone, kind of a three-way, so they can still make that referral, that handoff. They can ensure that person gets to the next right service, and we can still engage that individual again without having to give them another phone number to call. It's that seamless transfer.
Perfect. Glad to hear it. Thank you.
Well, there's no other questions. I just want to say how much I appreciate the impact that this program is having on our community. Certainly it's disappointing to see a couple folks there who need to go again and again and again, but I appreciate your persistence and your generosity in trying to help them in whatever ways they need. So I'm happy to make a motion to extend DECA's peer-led social detox project to the end of 2023 at a total cost not to exceed $223,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your presentation. Very
Thank you
helpful.
for the continued funding. We appreciate it.
Okay, we'll move to our next item, which is a zoning and codes item for TBUs for temporary business use permit requests from William Wilkins of NextEra Energy Resources to allow utility solar scare testing activity.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm moving Carl into the panel for the presentation. I don't know if you want to kind of give an overview of how this item will go in terms of.
Yeah, so just for the public, I now understand what you're saying there, Sarah. Just for the public, in case you haven't been at our meetings before, what's going to happen is Carl's going to make a presentation. Carl's with our zoning and codes department. Then commissioners can ask questions of Carl. Then the applicant has a chance to make a presentation. We can ask questions of the applicant. Then we'll ask for public comment. We'll see what time that is. We may take a little break before that. Then we'll take public comment. And then the applicant has a chance to refer for public comment. I want to be clear with the public. Our discussion needs to be about the TBU before us. I know that some out there may feel like it needs to be connected to wind and solar or renewable energy industrial projects across the county. We can only consider this project and the specifics of this project. So just want you to be aware of that there are limitations. Our county councilor, John Bullock, is here as well, and may provide some information to that end as well. Okay, Carl, hit it.
Good evening, commissioners. As you said, my name is Carl Bauer. I'm the county planner with the Zoning and Codes Department. Tonight, we are continuing to consider 4 temporary business use permit applications with the permit number ZTBU 2023-0005, 6, 7, and 8. These temporary business use requests are for geotechnical testing on 4 sections in southeastern Douglas County. The only thing being considered tonight is these 4 applications, not necessarily a solar project. So first, for a little bit of background, Zoning and Codes was first made aware that metal beams were being driven into the ground as late as 10:30 p.m. back in December of 2022. Our code enforcement staff reached out to the applicant, who then confirmed that geotechnical surveys were underway in order to apply for a future conditional use permit for a solar energy project. These tests are a requisite in order to be able to design the foundations of the solar panel arrays. Staff, along with legal counsel, determined that a temporary business use permit was required, and we asked the applicant to stop activity, which they complied with promptly. The applicant is now requesting to complete the operation within a 60-day window between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday to Friday. The testing activity will include boring, electrical resistivity testing, and pile load testing. The boring and the test pile installation do generate sound. The request is being processed as 4 permits on a per section basis. One other thing I want to add is that staff is aware that there are 2 other solar developers who have already done this activity. And if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer those. So now for a quick update on what's happened since your last meeting back in March. So this body met back in March to consider these requests, and ultimately the vote was 2-1 to defer these requests to the May 10th meeting. But the applicant later asked for it to be delayed even further to today in order for them to do some community meetings. And they've held a couple of meetings around downtown Lawrence since then. When this board decided to defer this item, you asked for some additional information on archaeological resources, a history of NextEra related projects, and if any additional conditions were necessary. So again, here's a map showing where these 4 sections are located. They're in Palmyra Township along the Johnson County line. And then these are the 4 sections that are involved along with the permit number. So section 15, 22, 27, and 34. And the areas where the testing is taking place are these blue circles. There are 7 different properties involved, and I have the landowners listed here. And then some more close-up maps. These were produced by the applicant showing where the boring, electrical resistivity testing, and pile load testing will take place. This is in section 15, section 22, section 27, and section 34. Additionally, the applicant sent me an updated table showing some additional information along with the number of tests that are remaining for each of the different types of tests, and the applicant will be able to give you some more information on that. So now for some additional information on the archaeological resources. When we were conducting the initial review for these 4 temporary business use permit applications, we were made aware of the potential for some archaeological resources in the area due to the presence of multiple streams, as well as proximity to the Santa Fe Trail. The applicant has since shared with us their unintended discoveries plan, which was included in your packet. Some highlights from that are that a trained archaeologist will be on site during the geotechnical testing, and the activity will be suspended if there are any suspected artifacts found. The applicant will be able to answer any further questions on that report. And now for some history on other NextEra related applications. Starting back in 2014 with a pair of Met towers, I want to preface this particular set of applications by saying I have more questions than answers about this one. Even after going through multiple paper files, there's really a lack of records on this one that I've been able to find, but here's some facts. 2 conditional use permits were approved for Met towers on May 7th, 2014, and the towers went up after that was approved. After those CUPs were approved, the applicant did not complete the required CUP process, and thus their application expired. It's unclear what exactly was incomplete. My speculation is that there wasn't a building permit applied for. We haven't been able to find any record that building permits were applied for, and that's likely why those expired. We did go on Google Earth, and that indicated that the towers were in place in May 2015, and they were taken out by April 2016. Then a SODAR unit was approved in March of 2018 for a 1-year period with a possibility of a 6-month extension that would result in an expiration date at the end of October of 2019. But based on imagery available through Google Earth, that SODAR unit was in place at least through April of 2020. The applicant, I understand, has some additional information they'd like to share on this one. Staff was previously unaware that the SODAR unit was in place past the expiration date, mainly because we never received any complaints about it, and it is out in the middle of a field, so we didn't necessarily see it. In August of 2021, a solar meteorological measuring station was approved as a temporary business use. This meteorological station is a machine out in a field that's used to gauge the viability of a solar project. There's no sound or light generated as a result of it. The permit is currently active and it expires next year, and it's located on the same subject property as one of the TBUs being considered tonight. We have no record of any complaints about this item. And then more recently, since November of last year, you have seen applications for 2 Met towers and 4 SODAR units. In November, 1 Met tower was approved, and in February, 1 Met tower and 4 SODAR units were approved. All of these permits are currently active and they were approved for 1-year periods. I went out to this area today and took some pictures. 2 of the SODAR units and 1 of the Met towers appear to be in place. The ones that are in place are the Fall Met tower, the Ray SODAR unit, and the Fall SODAR unit. The other ones do not appear to be in place yet. We have since issued building permits for both of those Met towers. So here's some photos that I took today. This is on the Ray property showing the SODAR unit. This is on the Fall property showing the Met tower. And then this is on a separate Fall property showing the SODAR unit. And with that, staff is continuing to recommend approval. This recommendation is slightly different than the recommendation brought before you in March. There have been some slight changes to the conditions based on the discussion back in March. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those, and those were detailed further in my report. And with that, I'm available for any questions, and I believe the applicant is present as well.
Thank you, Carl. Commissioners, any questions?
I do have a quick question for Carl that I think will be helpful. Can you explain, just 'cause we have a lot of people here, the difference between a TBU and a CUP, and why some of the things that are now processed as a TBU used to be processed as a CUP, just kind of that background?
Sure. Those 2 Met towers that were approved in 2014, it's my understanding that they went through the process of a CUP because at that time, the county didn't have any regulations concerning wind energy projects. So it was determined they would be best processed similarly to how we'd process a cell tower. Today, cell towers are still processed as CUPs. There was some discussion a few years after that where SODAR units, Met towers, and similar testing equipment would then be processed as temporary business uses. Conditional use permits are a lengthier process. They require public hearings before the Planning Commission and before you. Temporary business use permits come directly to you.
Just a side note, since you mentioned it, in terms of cell towers with NCPUs, even though we process them as CUPs, the state doesn't allow us to consider many of the things that we would like to consider because they have taken away that home rule. Just I throw that out there.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Applicant.
I have just one quick question, just a process question. Carl, can you talk a little bit about how your office, zoning and codes, sort of responds to people who reach out to you directly, including if somebody reaches out and provides contact information for another individual and requests that you contact them? Is that something that's typical of your office? Or are you only responsive to people who contact you directly themselves?
What I believe you're referring to is the comment that we got relating to the Breedlove property. So I did some research on that and haven't been able to find any concrete evidence that there was a SODAR unit in place on that property before the temporary business use permit was issued. And the main reason for that is we never got a complaint about it. allegedly when it was in place.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. And so I appreciate you sussing that out. And I didn't mean to be cryptic before. I just want to, I think talking about process is important and how business is handled and communication with the public is handled through your office in particular. And both that, you know, because it's complaint based generally, and that's what you respond to. At the time, there was not a complaint. Therefore, you were not able to establish evidence. The, you know, talking to the property owner directly about it. I will just, I guess, share my personal opinion about that approach is that it's appropriate to respond to people directly who reach out to you, or if it had been a complaint about sort of in the moment that there was a present concern, then to reach out to the property owner may be appropriate. But I just wanted to make comment about that and kind of suss out what your process was for being responsive to folks versus sort of doing independent outreach to property owners or other residents based on information you received. So I appreciate you clarifying a little bit, and also just want to acknowledge that I am the commissioner who had that correspondence, and that's personally my approach, that I'm always happy to be in communication with and conversation with anybody who contacts us and wants to tell us about their experience, but that to receive a request from other residents to contact other residents is a little bit of a game of telephone for me that I personally don't find entirely appropriate, and think that it's important for us to have some standards around what communication and response to those look like. And just want to clarify for the public that our zoning and codes office does function from a place of following up on compliance issues based on complaints received, right? That there's no possible way, logistically speaking, for you know, not without endless amounts of money, to have staff, for example, sort of driving around and monitoring for things that might seem out of place or unpermitted or things like that. We have to rely on residents and community members to bring those issues up in a timely manner. And this particular TBU, these 4 TBU applications in front of us, are a prime example of complaints were received in a timely, relevant manner, and it allowed staff to be able to respond immediately and seek compliance, but, you know, first information and then compliance. And so to me, this is an example of that process working as it should from our county staff's perspective. So I just wanted to make that comment sort of prior to going into our public comment section.
Okay, the applicant can you give me a time, how much time you think you need here?
I'll try to keep it brief, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, the only reason usually I don't restrict it, but we've already had one presentation. This is the second go around, so keep it tight.
Okay,
Thanks.
I'll try to tighten up some of those items, maybe that Carl has already covered. Billy Wilkins, Director with NextEra Energy Resources, and also the primary developer for West Gardner Solar, accompanied by Alan Anderson, our local counsel with Polsinelli Law Firm. Just a quick update since the last meeting, as Carl mentioned, we have our design activities have basically been on hold pending the outcome of the TBU permit, but we have hosted 2 community events, both here in Lawrence, one informational meeting on May 10th, and an interactive open house on the 7th of June. So our intent is to still engage, have conversations, and try to educate as much of the community as we can and address those concerns that are out there. Carl covered the remaining survey work. I was going to go into more detail into that, but I think that's been covered, like you said before. Overall, we're requesting 60 days to complete the remaining work. The primary subcomponents are of limited impact, and we've gone through that before. The lengthiest survey is the pile load test, and that takes a few weeks to complete, pending considering weather. But the 3 sub surveys Each component is very brief in its length of time. For the initial geotech work, first off, we'd like to apologize for the disturbances to the community. It was not our intent to disturb the community. You know, the work that was conducted after 6 p.m. Was not authorized by us, and it won't happen again. Of note, 5 sites. There were 5 sites where pilot tests were installed after 6 p.m., and that's out of a total of 26 total test sites. And no other work, including soil borings, test pits, or other pile tests, pile removal, or electrical resistivity were conducted after 6 p.m. Again, if approved, this would not occur again. The geotechnical survey foreman will be on site, and crews will adhere to an 8 to 5 p.m. work schedule. To address the concerns of the commission about the potential for disturbing cultural resources, we've developed and submitted an unanticipated discovery plan for cultural resources and human remains, and it outlines the procedures that we will follow to prepare for and address any unanticipated discoveries of cultural resources, including archaeological sites and possible human remains. It provides direction to West Gardner personnel and contractors as to proper procedures to follow. A project archaeologist contracted with Burns and McDonnell will be on site during geotechnical investigations to conduct monitoring for boring activities. And prior to boring activities, the archaeologist will inspect those locations to confirm the absence of archaeological material on the ground surface. During boring activities, the archaeologist will inspect waste piles generated by boring and core samples taken at boring locations to document the absence or presence of subsurface archaeological material. The archaeologist will be responsible for advising the contractors or personnel on site on the procedures to follow in the event an unanticipated discovery is made. And additional instructions and procedures are laid out in detail in the unanticipated discovery plan. To address the history of the SODARs and Met Towers in Douglas County, overall, since 2013, there have been 10 Met Towers or SODARs units where NextEra Energy Resources has come before the commission for permits. There have been no situations that we didn't seek a permit in advance of installation, and that has been confirmed by the staff, and no complaints have been made related to these units. To address the 2 cases mentioned by Carl in the staff report, in May of 2014, the BOCC approved 2 CUPs for Met Towers with a 6-year term. Less than a year later, or about a year later, in June of 2015, the county staff informed NextEra Energy Resources that the CUPs had expired, most likely possibly to failure to apply for building permits, as was mentioned, and that the Met Towers should therefore be removed. And the county has no documentation that definitively states why, but after notification, the Met Towers were removed promptly. The other issue, or the other incident that I'd like to address, in March of 2018, TBU for SODAR's unit was approved with a 1-year term with a possible 6-month extension. The SODAR unit was removed without any complaints or prompting by the county. According to our records, that SODAR unit was commissioned in May of 2018 and then decommissioned in 2019, in December of 2019. We've reached out to our contractor who does the commissioning and decommissioning for those records, and we'll provide those to the county once received. Again, the staff report provides Google images that may indicate the unit was in place beyond the term, but it's not clear, given some of the average map data and some discrepancies that we've occurred, or at least run across with Google Maps. Again, over the past 10 years, NextEra has worked with staff and communicated throughout the process and has been a company that should be welcomed in Douglas County, in our opinion. For more than 20 years, NextEra Energy Resources has invested over $3 billion in clean energy development across Kansas and successfully operates 10 projects in the state. We're committed to developing the proposed West Gardner Solar Project and meeting or exceeding the requirements to bring homegrown energy to Douglas and Johnson County. We will continue to work closely with county officials to address any questions or concerns about our proposed project or solar energy development. And it's important to mention that people have been safely living and working around solar panels for years. And it's our goal to develop and build a solar project that parties can be proud of. One example I'd like to mention is the recent blade failure that occurred during an inclement weather event at our Irish Creek Wind Project in Marshall County. We've continually communicated with leaders and stakeholders in both Marshall and other counties, providing updates. And I know we're not here to talk about the wind project, but I think it's relevant to the subject of trust that was brought up at the last meeting. And our company operates more than 150 wind sites across the country, including the 10 wind facilities here in Kansas. And we work every day with our suppliers to ensure equipment remains safe, environmentally compliant, and reliable. A blade failure is still a rare event, but it does occur from time to time, and we're committed to working with local communities when it does happen. We're happy to connect county officials and other stakeholders, or county officials, staff, to other county officials and stakeholders where we own and operate projects to verify our track record. Subject to your questions, that's my presentation.
Questions, Commissioner? So just one question from me. So my understanding from Carl's history is that in the past, NextEra has applied for TBUs, but in this case, we didn't apply for a TBU. Am I understanding that correctly?
And correct, for geotechnical surveys, correct.
Okay. Any reason why? Any reason why?
Based on our experience across Kansas and actually in multiple states, it has not been a requirement. This type of survey work is pretty common, not only in our industry, but in other industries as well too. And it has never been a requirement for us to apply for any type of permit for this type of survey work.
What about in the future? Do you think if you were going to do any sort of geotechnical work in Douglas County, do you think you'd apply for a TBU?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Thanks.
And we're actually implementing that across all our projects.
This is Commissioner Reed, that I'm glad to hear that. And so the follow-up question is that has there been discussion amongst your team about how to ask those questions of counties, even if there's not explicitly laid out list of the types of really typical testing that you're talking about that are common in your industry that may not be explicitly in a county's regulations? Have you had a conversation with your team about as part of developing the relationship, asking those questions and before doing activity? It's not even, to me personally, not about asking for permission, just asking the question about whether there is anything for your company to do, whether it be seek permission for a permit or do notification or anything like that.
Yes, we're having those discussions mostly as a result of this, and it's being discussed across all our teams, quite honestly.
I'm glad to hear that. And I appreciate the apology, but that if that's what's happening, that's what accountability to me looks like. And for me, that was a big part of why we had so many questions about it. And I personally took issue with it, and why I think we're back here tonight to continue discussing it. So I appreciate knowing that there's some internal discussions that are a result of that, because that's what accountability looks like. And I hope it helps you improve processes in the future and avoid so much community upset, which I think is could have been avoided.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we'll open it up for public comments. Let me check in with my commissioners. Do we want to take a break or keep going? We're gonna take a 6-minute break, and we'll come back at 7:30 and start with public comment. I have different social lines. Okay. So a couple reminders about public comment. I want you to be able to hear me. Yeah. Whap, whap. Shannon would jump out of her skin. Okay. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go over real quick how we're going to do public comment here. Each person who'd like to provide public comment has 3 minutes to provide that public comment. Sarah has these really high quality signs here that we use to warn you about the time limit that you have remaining. I'll call, just as I did on our opening public comment, I'll call 3 names, line up, make that comment. I do want to remind you that your comments should be about the TBUs that's in front of us. Comments about wind energy, that's not what this is about. This is about temporary business use permits for geotechnical work for solar. That's what this is about. So as you think about your comments, make sure it's in that frame of mind. That's all we're allowed to consider on this application. We'll start with Joe Hudson, then Mike Gavioli, and then Damon Levings. They're not here? Okay. All 3 are off the list. Robert Noki, Rick Kogan, and Dorothy Barnett.
Robert Kanoki, 238 North Maple. Am I coming through all right? Robert Kanoki, 238 North Maple, Gardner, Kansas. 2018, January, that's when it all started. Came home and found a deal on the telephone on the answering service about utility solar. We worked hard. We got a contract together, and it took about a year. We had our 10 farmer, the Gabriels, Bob and Jim, come in. We explained it to them. We did not try to keep this thing quiet, like some people say. We signed the contract. We have trust in NextEra Energy. Things went on. We got the permits in Johnson County. We worked with the planning board. The commissioners voted, I think, 6-1 to favorable for the permits. Same way in Douglas County, they voted favorable. Johnson County must trust NextEra. You must trust, your commission at that time trusted NextEra because they voted to receive the permits. Things went on, and they were doing this testing. I'm sure they didn't know they needed a temporary business permit. It's never been done anywhere. My son-in-law is in this business. He says he's never heard of having to have a business permit anywhere in the world. He's done a lot of them in the different countries in the United States, not overseas, although he did other types of power overseas. Anyway, I think that you should have trust in NextEra. I believe in it. It's important to I'm 89 years old. My wife is 92. It's important to us. It's more important to our 6 children. And I don't go on with the subject. I see a lot of corn planted this year. That's about 30% of that's going to go in ethanol. The cost of that energy is going to be higher than you can imagine because utility solar is the cheapest way to make energy, cheaper than wind, cheaper than gas, and cheaper than coal. And there's no end to the energy. It's that sun's coming up. I trust that the sun will come up tomorrow morning. I trust in God.
Rick is up next, then Dorothy, then Donna Noki.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rick Kagan. I live at 301 Wagon Wheel Road in Lawrence. You may have seen my opinion piece, which ran in the Lawrence Times recently, an abbreviated version of which ran as a letter to the editor in the Journal World, and I have copies of that Lawrence Times piece, which I will leave with you today as part of my public testimony. I come in support of granting the temporary use permit to NextEra and urge members of the commission to approve this request. Today is the summer solstice and serves as a reminder of the kind of unharnessed power of the sun as a resource for our energy future. It's also a chance to look at our summer forecast, which offers evidence that climate change is upon us. Recent news announced that USDA plant hardiness zones are shifting north. Kansas is getting hotter. And I was distressed to see in my weather app on my phone a few days from now, the temperature is projected to be a low of 80 and a high of 110, and that's only June. So solar and wind, Mr. Chairman, are our sustainable future if we want to survive on this planet. Approval of this project is a necessary first step among many more actions needed by our city and county governments over the coming years. Approval of this project sends a message to the renewable energy industry that Douglas County is a place to do business. And approval demonstrates leadership by the county at the state level and at the national level for moving the needle in the right direction. I have been advised that the draft climate action plan for Douglas County already includes a goal of 100% of our energy use from renewable sources. And I'm interested in learning more about the plan and the details about how quickly we might get there. Beyond the NextEra project, I believe that Douglas County should do more to bring similar projects to our community. We should be strategizing about a variety of approaches that will get us to 100% as quickly as possible. Thank you for your consideration. Appreciate the time.
Dorothy, then Donna, then Julie Jones.
Hello, commissioners. I appreciate your service and your time. I know that you have a difficult task ahead of you. My name is Dorothy Barnett, and I direct a 17-year-old nonprofit, the Climate and Energy Project. We were started right here in Douglas County. My organization's mission is to equitably eliminate greenhouse gas emissions through Kansas by advocating for not only clean energy, but energy efficiency and climate action. We've worked with a variety of landowners and communities and faith groups and chambers and economic development organizations, as well as policymakers at the state and local level to help them sift through a lot of the misinformation that's been spread around the impacts of large-scale renewable energy projects. We also support distributed generation. We think that is a very important piece of our energy future, but it's not the only piece, as I'm sure you'll hear from others tonight. Throughout my work in Kansas over the last 16 years, the one thing that has stuck out to me as I visited with these communities that host utility scale projects is that no one has come back and said, I wish we hadn't done that. I wish we hadn't had the investment in our schools, in our roads, in our communities that the renewable energy projects have brought. And so I would like for you to keep that in mind. And as you're thinking about what do I need to ask, what do I need to know, take NextEra up on their invitation to reach out to projects that they specifically have developed. If you want to know how a developer is going to act in your county, ask the people who have been dealing with them now for 20 years. You may be wondering why a nonprofit is advocating for a large-scale solar project. We do that to meet our mission. There is an urgent need to move to clean energy. We can't do it with rooftop alone, and so we have to have large-scale projects. I specifically want to speak to our work with NextEra Energy Resources. They are members of our Clean Energy Business Council that we've had for over 7 years. We have large and small developers. We have environmental organizations. We have faith-based charities that all are members of this Clean Energy Business Council. We work together, and so we advocate together as well. I support the temporary business use permit. I encourage you all to do the same. And I might just note, there was a question, or I thought something that Carl brought up about other projects that are happening here. We support those as well. And when there's an opportunity to advocate for them, we will do that at the same time. But thank you for your time. I appreciate your work.
Donna, then Julie Jones, and Emily Wilkerson.
Maybe I'll get it right. My name is Donna Breckisen Kanoki, and I live at 238 North Maple Street in Gardner, Kansas. Yesterday, when I was getting ready to make these notes, wouldn't you know, there was a power glitch. And it didn't last too long, but it was there. And when the temperature was 86 degrees. Our family has land in both eastern Douglas County and western Johnson County. And this land's been in our family for many years, since even from the Civil War on. I was born on this land, and it's always been a part of my life, as well as my family. So I'm 92 years old, so you can see I've been around a while. I have seen many changes during this time in the farming. Back then it was horses and manual labor, and now we have the fancy technology that we have every day, and it keeps increasing. Still, farming, though, is an 8 to 5 job, and we never know when it's going to be done. Now, a lot of times, farmers have worked late into the night to get their job done, to save their crop before the storm comes. As a landowner with property rights, we legally have the right to use our land to the best of for our benefit, for our family and the community. We ask you to issue the temporary business permit to allow NextEra to complete the geotech testing and proceed in moving forward with the West Gardner Solar Project. With climate warning and higher temperatures, there is much concern about blackouts in the United States. Solar energy can be a big help in keeping by furnishing renewable energy and that goes in the grid. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Julie, then Emily, and then Ted Kamen.
Good evening. My colleague Julie Jones has actually already spoken this evening, so I'll be speaking in her place. My name is Allison Thomas, and I am a program associate with the Climate and Energy Project, and we are a Kansas-based nonpartisan 501c3 nonprofit. My role at CEP focuses on outreach and education around renewable energy with the goal of reaching practical solutions for an equitable transition to a clean energy future. Over the course of the past month, my team and I have been hosting solar discussions here in Douglas County and have noticed a few consistent comments during these conversations. Many wonder why there is a need for utility scale solar rather than simply focusing on rooftop arrays. CEP's answer is that we need both and all. In order to get the amount of power that we need from the average large-scale solar array, which averages at approximately 200 megawatts in the Midwest, we would need 20,000 rooftop arrays, which averages in residential solar at about 10 kilowatts. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we need to see the raise in temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius, not as a target, but as a ceiling. And we're not too late at passing 1.5 degrees Celsius, but we must act now. The difference between 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees Celsius is not merely a temperature rise of 0.5 degree. Climate risks will be at least 2 times worse, and the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of action. The financial and health implications will impact everyone, from governments to companies and families. Science tells us that we must replace fossil fuels with renewable energy this decade, and we cannot pass up an opportunity for large-scale clean energy development and must make decisions regarding solar projects with urgency for our planet's future. I implore the commissioners to consider this in decision-making around utility scale projects in Douglas County and with these TBUs. Thank you very much.
Emily, Ted, and then Ruth Rossell.
Good evening. My name is Emily Wilkinson. I live off of 5800 Rock Chalk Drive in West Lawrence. I'm a resident of Douglas County, and I'm privileged to call this place home. As you can see by the tremendous turnout here, Douglas County is blessed to have so many neighbors so civically engaged. I'm proud of the healthy discourse we've heard here tonight, no matter where we may personally stand on these issues. Like many, I consider our home here in Douglas as a beacon of innovation within the state of Kansas. Year by year, we carry on from a tradition of progress and forward thinking. We see that transformative creativity at work every day as the home to a renowned R1 research university and through sustainable initiatives like the Douglas County Open Space Plan or the pilot Fare Free Transit program in Lawrence. Douglas County even received a Cleary Award for outstanding innovation in elections in 2022. The evidence of cutting-edge advancement is well established here. Commissioners, I come before you today to urge you to approve these reasonable TBU requests and to do whatever is in your power to support utility-scale solar energy initiatives in Douglas County. I ask that you honor our character of innovation by leading the way for counties across Kansas to pursue seriously a new energy landscape that is renewable, sustainable, and replicable. At this juncture, the Board of County Commissioners has a critical decision to make. Will Douglas County continue its proud legacy of creative transformation, or has something changed? I know that if Douglas County can lead the way on solar energy, then every county can. But at the same time, if a county as innovative as Douglas can't move forward on renewable energy, then I don't see how any county in Kansas can. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
Tad, and then Ruth, and then Haynes Easton.
Good evening. I am Tad Kramar, and I live in western Douglas County near Big Springs. We are seeing the destructive consequences of climate change and global warming right now, so we must act now to do everything we reasonably can to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. That includes developing solar and wind energy at all levels, including utility scale. Development at all levels is necessary because it would take some 20,000 rooftop installations to generate the power of one utility scale project. With more sunny days in Florida, Kansas could be a leader in solar power, but only if you let it. If you reject these applications, it would set a terrible precedent that would encourage other Kansas counties to reject renewable energy projects and possibly kill major solar energy projects throughout Kansas. Are solar and wind energy perfect? Of course not. You have done a lot of work on regulations to address the issues. A NextEra contractor made a mistake doing some work in the evening. Does that mean the whole project should be rejected? Of course not. Neither people nor companies are perfect. Global warming and its consequences are not waiting for us to find the perfect utility scale solar project or to install some 20,000 rooftop units. They are happening now, and the time to do something is running short. Please approve the temporary business use permits. Thank you.
Ruth? Yes. And then Haynes, and then Malcolm Prophet. Malcolm, I might not have said your last name correctly.
I'm speaking in support of granting NextEra a temporary business use permits to do the testing activities required to move forward with their proposed utility scale solar project. I think questions previously raised as to why and when soil testing occurred have been adequately answered. I find their explanations reasonable, particularly since other counties do not require a permit for this testing, and there is no reason for them not to get one if they had understood it was required in Douglas County. I certainly think that the delay of several months is more than adequate penalty if there was an oversight. I encourage you to think about the larger context in which you are making this smaller decision of temporary business use permits. Our climate is changing, primarily because of burning fossil fuels. If we continue to use fossil fuels and emit greenhouse gases at the current rate, climate changes will be increasingly severe, and the future will be difficult for our children and our grandchildren. Climate scientists are telling us we must make significant progress in transitioning from fossil fuels to clean energy within this decade if we are going to avoid the worst impacts and leave a livable world for future generations. While rooftop and community solar are definitely needed, it is not enough. We need to facilitate building large utility scale solar projects as rapidly as possible. Since this requires significant financial resources, we need partners to invest in these projects. NextEra is an experienced clean energy producer and has already invested heavily in 10 wind farms in Kansas. We are fortunate that they want to be partners with Douglas County in developing clean energy here, and I hope you'll take advantage of this opportunity. I know that Douglas County greatly values its farmland resources. Fortunately, solar projects result in no air or water pollution, require no mining or drilling for fuel, emit little sound, and create no hazardous byproducts. It will not destroy the land. In fact, during the time of the solar project, the land will lay fallow and the soil will be restored. When the solar project is decommissioned, it can be returned to farming in an enriched state. It is understandable that some who live near to the solar project are concerned about the change of landscape, but it must be recognized that change is coming no matter what is decided here. If clean energy is refused or delayed, climate disruption will change the land through hotter temperatures, less rain, and more devastating weather events. Farmland is much more likely to be destroyed by climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Ty Gorman and then Jane Noki. Just a reminder, folks, to keep focused on the TBU we have in front of us. Okay. Jane. After Jane will be Holton and then Holton Gisson and then Kevin Miller.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jane Kanoki, kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yes, thank you.
Not a simple one like Kelly or Reed. Willie and Wiley, I'm sure you have the same thing, right? Yeah. Okay, so last week I heard several of the commissioners talk about we should do things or we should consider things for the public benefit. I believe it was Commissioner Reed. And that stuck with me for a whole week. Now, I want to remind you that you've been reading the letters from some of the landowners, and they've talked about if they'd had oil on their land, they would have considered themselves lucky because that would have provided an income for them and been a fuel for other people and benefited other people. And then you've also heard that my father said he's seen more corn being grown anywhere. Well, you know, that corn's for ethanol. So here we have farmers looking at ways to provide fuel. Now, maybe corn isn't as renewable in ethanol or the oil wells all along 175th Street are not as renewable as solar, but solar's there. So I'd like you to consider the fact that instead of growing corn in your acreage, you can grow solar and use that and convert it. So now we need this TBU to be passed because it's part of the engineering. It's on the critical design path. This has been about a 6-month wait, not all of it yours, some of it because NextEra has had that. Evergy has also said, well, we've got to delay our plans now. We wanted to go to more solar, but we can't. We are considering reducing coal by using natural gas. I see this as the trickle-down domino effect. So, as I said earlier, a landowner gets paid for their oil on their thing. A farmer gets paid for their corn, and landowners should get paid for the solar on there. Now, I'm glad that you've had some other solar ones. I'm glad that this TBU has given us a preview of the golden factors for this particular one. Even though it's only about testing, you still have looked at the golden factors. So I appreciate that. And I want to extend to you guys an invitation to come see us. I talked to Carl yesterday and Mary Miller, and I reminded them that they came out to our land when it was the winter and barren and you didn't see the grass, the crops in. So I'd like to invite you to come back out again. While all the trees are leafed out, you'll see the crops in the field. Karen Woolley has indicated interest in coming. So Commissioner Kelly, we'd love to have you come out and see it too. So please come see us. Thank you.
Holton and then Kevin and then I think it's John France. Holton, last call. Kevin, last call. John France. Jay Kaufman. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. John, you're up. Hey, Kaufman, you're next.
Name is John Frankie. I'm a Douglas County resident and taxpayer. In my years of management, I would use specific criteria for evaluating and making important decisions. And I was pleased to know that the commissioners here in Douglas County have the same, where they have specific criteria for evaluating conditional use permits. And time was only going to allow me to address a few of these, but I know some of them were mentioned in a previous meeting I was at. Compatibility came up a lot. Compatibility of proposed use with zoning, land use, nearby properties, compatibility of land use within the character of the area, impact on the natural environment, conformance with the comprehensive plan. 3 minutes doesn't allow me to talk on all these points, so I just like to focus on the comprehensive plan. We purchased our farm in 1999, or I say 2019, I'm sorry. And we did a lot of searching in counties around Johnson County. We knew we wanted out of there. And Douglas County was selected. Big part of that was the comprehensive plan and the beautiful area that we come to call home. A year later, we bought an additional 100 acres attached to the property. Number one, to raise our bees. Number two, to potentially build homes for a family. So we reached out to the Planning and Zoning Commission on possibly splitting up some 20-acre properties for our sons and their families, and received a letter back from them, not saying we can't, but really working against that idea. And if I've got time, I'll quote some of that correspondence I received from the Planning Commission. Prime farmland has been identified as the best soils in the nation. Not all communities contain such valuable soils. However, Douglas County does. We're working very closely with property owners to preserve agricultural uses on these soils that are the most suitable for agriculture and directing other development to non-suitable soils. Zoning maintains perhaps the most vital ingredient of a healthy agricultural community. So I'm really hoping these words still ring true today, and everything I've learned up to date with the regulations that were developed, NextEra, what they've done from the beginning. And I know this is just a CUP for geo work. So you're all probably going to approve it. The next step is the big one though. And I really don't think the scope of this project fits within the criteria. When I evaluated it, it was not compatible. It had a negative impact on the natural environment and definitely doesn't conform with the comprehensive plan today. Thank you.
Jake Hoffman, then Wayne Kaufman, and Melanie Kaufman.
Good evening, commissioners. Appreciate you putting this soiree on for us to talk to you this evening. As I was going over the agenda for tonight and all the accompanying documents, I found a few things pretty interesting. One thing was NextEra back in March had to have a permit. They had to get these processes done immediately. There was some time frame that they're really pressuring you all into approving that permit. And yet you found that there was some shadowy things going on, and you wisely put that off for the next meeting. However, we just learned tonight, and I'm sure we learned earlier, that the NextEra themselves wanted to push that off for another month. So why the importance at that time? Why is it so important now? Why the disrespect that NextEra showed the commission and the residents of the county? Speaking of the lack of permits, I was also reading through the requirements that for the TVU permits, that there was supposed to be a coroner notified if bodies were found, which is kind of interesting. Work stoppage for artifacts and hours of operation, among other things. These seem good. These seem nice. These seem like common sense. However, NextEra has proved time and again how mistrustful they are, how sneaky they were, and their lack of respect for the rules of Douglas County. I mean, they're a big company and they have banks of lawyers, and yet we're supposed to feel sorry for them that, oh, they didn't know that we were supposed to have a permit to operate in Douglas County. That just does not ring true to me. Finally, the emails submitted were also interesting. The bulk of them yesterday were submitted in favor of granting the permit to be approved. And this seems like, over and over and over again, there is just the same thing. I know this is kind of a subject that really doesn't have a lot of facets, but it was just surprising that what they had written. industrial solar was the way forward. Climate change was already evident. In fact, after reading a lot of those emails, I was expecting to walk outside and see a desolate and dead landscape. So please don't fall for this type of way and be waylaid by fear, superstition, ignorance, and or hysteria, okay? I would request that you vote against this permit and kick NextEra out of the country. Thank you.
Wayne Kaufman, then Melanie, then Tim Horn.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Kaufman. I live at 584 East 1700 Road, Baldwin City. I'm really glad to speak to these TBUs this evening. The reason is I think there are some flaws that perhaps might have been overlooked by just because of the volume that's involved with the plans that have come up. I told you the last time in March that they have a history of failing to get approval in advance, as referenced in that meeting. I verified their failure for myself in 2013, 2014, and 2015, somewhat referenced by the staff. I emailed the facts as shown in the county commission minutes. I sent emails to Carl Bauer and each of you commissioners as soon as possible after that meeting. Tonight's agenda item refers to these facts. Let me read just a portion of the one that I consider the smoking gun. This was October 21st of 2015, Board of County Commissioners minutes. November 13th, NextEra Energy submitted an application for a conditional use permit to the the application has expired. It was discovered in June 2015 that NextEra had installed towers close to North 400 and East 1000 roads without a permit. I don't know that that was covered adequately in the staff's minutes. Page 27 of the report, which is part of Mr. Bauer's memorandum to the Board of County Commissioners, indicates completion, if you will, of West Gardner's survey. 65% of their soil boring testing has been done. 0%, I will agree, of their field resistivity testing, 54% of both their test pile installation and pile load test and removal. How come that's done? It's because they were there without approval by this commission. I contend that they don't need those tests. They don't need a temporary business use permit. Many here would consider this solar as cheap and renewable energy. However, others would consider it a toxic curse to their lifestyle, their way of life. Thank you very much.
Melanie, then Tim, then Allison Thomas.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Melanie Kaufman, and I live at 697 East 1725 Road. There are important differences between a TBU and a CUP, as you identified, Commissioner Wiley, and I appreciate that for you pointing it out. I did have in my prepared comments exactly that line of thinking as well, so we both picked up on that. A TBU, a temporary business permit, those applications do have less stringent requirements, much less stringent than a CUP. Basically, it's the equivalent of organizing a parade. Now, a TBU is for an event. I think we can all agree NextEra is not an event. A TBU application, the applicant must note the location of the event. They control traffic, parking, and road conditions during the event. Now, this is Douglas County requirements in the TBU permits. I'm reading exactly what is on the permit requirements. They must address the health and sanitation at the site for an anticipated crowd. They have to provide adequate illumination at the site if the event is to be held at night. And I don't know how this applies to NextEra's TBU projects that they've brought forward to you, but there also has to be plans for the serving of alcoholic beverages, including cereal malt beverages, if it applies. A conditional use permit, on the other hand, requires the commissioners to have input in the criteria. It involves more thinking, deeper thought, such as, is the proposed use compatible with nearby zoning and land uses? Is the proposed use compatible with the character of the area? And again, I'm reading directly from the requirements on a CUP. What impact would the proposed use have on the natural environment? Will it cause significant adverse impacts on community facilities, transport network, utilities in the area? This all is exactly what these TBUs are proposing tonight. A temporary business permit is used for an event. Conditional use permit is used for a project. This is not an event, it is a project. I manage a release team for a major Kansas health system. So I'm very familiar with the life cycle of projects. The West Garner Solar Project has already begun. Funds have been secured, checks have been written, project manager has been identified. The project is staffed. This is a phase in the project. For heaven's sakes, it's even called the West Garner Solar Project. So I would implore you, please reject the 4 TBUs tonight, because it should be a CUP. Thank you.
Tim, then Allison, then Margaret Kramar.
Good evening, commissioners. I think we're all here again tonight from March talking about trust and faith. We have put us, the people, our trust in you by voting you to office. We have faith in you to make the right decisions for our community. So how can we trust someone that has done work or do work by the rules that has already done work not by the rules? That should send up a red flag for anyone in the county. Did you know I repeat, all paved roads in this county leading into it has a sign that says entering Douglas County, work zoning permits required. Every paved road. That includes 1029, that's the Globe Road, north and south. It includes Highway 10, Highway 56, 59, I can go on. I do not know about I-70. I don't travel that road that much. But that is north, south, east, and west, every road. So anyone who lives or travels through this county knows that there is zoning permits required to be any work done, be it by a citizen, as myself, to build a barn, to build anything, or a commercial company coming in here wanting to put up a building or put in power. All county roads. So one thing I want you to think about is there's an old saying, it's shame on them once, shame on me twice. Thank you.
Allison Thomas. Thank you. Margaret, and Amy Waldron, then to Kay Johnson. Hope I got that right.
Hi, my name is Margaret Kramar, 1966 E100 Road. And my comments are going to be very brief because I have already pointed out that you do represent all the residents of Douglas County, and that the majority of people in Douglas County overwhelmingly support moving to renewables. My point And what I would like, I hope to add something new to the conversation, is that we recently attended the Crucible at Topeka Civic Theater. And the message of the Crucible is that it is so easy to get caught up in mass hysteria, fear, ignorance. We're all guilty of it. It's just our human nature. It's also easy to take a trivial event and blow it up out of proportion. But in making this decision, I would urge you to think objectively and stick to the facts. Thank you.
After Amy and Jacay, hope we got that, Vernon Wilson.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Amy Waldron. I live in Lawrence, and I vote at every opportunity. And until recently, I felt like that was enough. I felt that my job is to participate in getting the right people into office. And from there, I've just left you to it because I've done my civic duty. I would venture to guess that I'm not the only Lawrencian with this mindset, but I hadn't seriously considered how challenging it must be to make decisions on behalf of all of us without knowing where we stand. So I apologize for not participating sooner. But I'm here today to ask that you approve the temporary business use requests related to this solar energy project. I feel that we need to make every effort to get renewable energy resources up and running as soon as we can. We haven't got time to waste.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Kay Johnson, and I live in Lawrence. I'm the Sustainability and Environment Manager for a local manufacturer. I support renewable energy, including the development of utility scale solar projects in Douglas County, and also the approval of the temporary business units for NextEra. I appreciate and applaud the commissioners for adopting resolution number 22-16 in May 2022 for large solar projects by requiring specific installation and use standards. From a business standpoint, regulatory predictability is an important consideration in determining project viability. Now, I have been a project manager on many projects that require drilling for geotechnical services. I was quite surprised to know that you had a procedure or a process for that. But it's not unreasonable for the commissioners to ask a company to consider what the county needs for its review. So I don't have any problem with that. It's just that if government rules are constantly changing or uncertain, it's difficult for a project to move forward. And I hope that you will take this into consideration in your deliberations regarding the temporary business unit permit requests. Utility scale solar power production is economical, safe, efficient, and helps to diversify the power grid. Similar to wind power, the life cycle energy emissions produced by a large solar project are far less than that of conventional power plants. I would like to believe that if this large scale solar project is built in Douglas County, that our electricity provider would hasten the closing of the dirty coal plant that is operating nearby. Not only do I live in Douglas County, but my children and my grandchildren live here too. I'd appreciate you considering not only me and my family, but the almost 120,000 Douglas County residents, as well as future generations that will be impacted by climate change in the coming years. I believe we will all benefit by this utility scale solar project if it is permitted to be developed in Douglas County, including with your approval of the temporary business unit for geotechnical testing. I urge the Douglas County Commissioners to approve the utility scale solar temporary business unit permit requests, and thank you very much.
Vernon Wilson, then Emily Wilkinson, and then Travis Hardy.
Vernon Wilson, 2239 North 1000 Road, just a few miles south of Eudora. In preparation for tonight's meeting and to get some history as to what has transpired in past meetings, I took the time this past couple of days to read tonight's agenda packet, all 100+ pages that deal with this agenda item. A point I found interesting can be found on page 88, where the zoning and code staff addressed concerns of the Heritage Conservation Council regarding the NextEra amending its request to include an unintended discoveries plan. Quoting from the zoning and codes report, quote, "The plan details that a trained archaeologist will be on the site during geotechnical testing activity to provide monitoring during boring and inspect the site prior to the activity. The activity is to cease if any artifact is encountered, and next steps are outlined depending on the type of the artifact found," end quote. This resulted in the zoning and code staff to continue to recommend approval of the temporary business use permits for NextEra, but added the stipulation found on page 97 that, quote, "Should any archaeological artifacts be found on the subject properties, the applicant or their contractors or subcontractors shall immediately suspend work and notify the Heritage Conservation Council and any other entities as required." NextEra's written, quote, "Unanticipated discoveries plan for cultural resources and human remains," end quote, starts on page 98 and names the 4 archaeological contacts on page 100. They are a geotechnical foreman, environmental specialist, archaeologist, and tribal relations manager. On page 105, you'll see that all of the archaeological contacts are NextEra employees. To me, that reeks of potential bias toward ignoring any artifacts found during testing, especially when the NextEra's past history of skirting the rules. Also of interest on page 109, the zoning and code staff notes, quote, "Additionally, in the review of this application, staff has been made aware that the subject properties and their surroundings may be of archaeological significance. According to Dr. Nicholas Pumphrey, Vice Chair of the Heritage Conservation Council, Palmyra Township is one of the least surveyed areas."
I have to cut you off. It's been 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't read fast enough.
You can always submit stuff to us later. You can always email things to us. I think Emily already spoke, correct? Yeah. Travis Hardy. After Travis is Lori Shuck. And then Jeff Ulmer.
My name is Travis Hardy, live in rural Douglas County. So why are we here? The reason we're here is because these guys are doing stuff, they shouldn't have been doing. So give them more time, dig up some more facts, and review things. Truth of the matter is, facts are the same. Nothing's changed. I mean, we've heard that they've done community outreach. I'll clarify, they have not sent anything out to the folks that are living out there. So yes, they've got the mini Jayhawk and he came in, and they did a nice, little party and stuff. But was that really to inform the people or to get a big crowd here? I mean, I question that. It's been mentioned that really the way this works is the people out there, the citizens, they have to police this, right? So myself, my neighbors, everybody that lives out there are the ones that have to make sure they're doing what they should be doing. Is that right? Probably not, but that's reality. I mean, we don't want to spend our time doing this. I can guarantee that. So are we going to, allow this to continue? And maybe they follow the rules, maybe they don't. And if they don't, are we here again? We've heard that there's no fines if they break the rules. So what happens if they do something and they do break the rules again? What is the process? Do we say, Okay, don't do that again. Do they stop? And we go through all this. I mean, what happens? And if this is a continuous process, like, how are we supposed to handle that? Like, I don't know what the process is, but I'd be curious if this ended up being a pattern, can it completely shut them down? Don't know. Not saying it will be, just saying anything's possible. You know, my suggestion is there's obviously a lot of people here. This is a very important topic. You know, the zoning department doesn't have anything in here about any of these tests. This is all new. They were caught off guard. My suggestion is not put a ban or anything like that. Although I'd love that. Just push this back. Let's get some regulations around this so we can actually monitor what they're doing and have rules around the testing and possibly some additional rules around solar. Thanks.
Lori, then Jeff, then Mary Von Sock.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. Do I get further back? Okay, it sounds terrible to me, but my name is Lori Shuck. I live in the southwest corner of Douglas County. You've all seen me before, so I'll keep it brief. I'm in favor of community solar and personal solar, rooftop solar, but I'm against industrial solar and our valuable farmland being destroyed. I'm concerned about the integrity of this company, and that was my reason for coming forward. I'd heard some stories, so I visited several of my neighbors that I heard were involved. I have 3 folks have dementia. 1 is 95 years old. 2 feel like they were duped into signing and are consulting a lawyer. 2 felt pressured and lied to, but did the research and avoided it. 1 signed her contract in the nursing home in Overbrook, Kansas, in the assisted living ward. If that was my family, I'd be furious. That's a violation. So I took statements, I had them notarized, and they were delivered to the Attorney General of Kansas last week. He said he felt like we need to look at doing a violation of Consumer Protection Act and to go to the lawyer. And so it's en route to there now. I can't believe Douglas County doesn't think more of their senior citizens, including myself, are elderly to where they feel like they're sitting ducks in their own home. Some of these people even had signs out that said no turbines, but they felt pressured. And if you pressure someone with dementia long enough, you'll get the answer you want. That's really all I have to say. I'd like you guys to take us into account and look out for the old folks. Thank you.
Jeff, then Mary, then Sandra Van Lerberg.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeff Ulmer. I live with my wife and my mother-in-law in southern Douglas County. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight to voice our opposition to this project. When I was a kid back in the 70s in elementary school, we were taught a lot about the environment. At the time, the emphasis was on reducing pollution of the land, the air, the water, both at an individual and industrial level. We also learned about preserving our land, our natural resources. And one thing that always stuck with me was protecting endangered species like the bald eagle. The term we heard a lot back then was conservationism. It was a great idea 5 decades ago, and it still is today. And we as a nation have made tremendous progress in meeting those goals. But now, 50 years later, what we're hearing from today's environmental movement has us a little confused. We're told that we must embrace solar and wind as the energy sources of the future. But when you start to really dig into these technologies, particularly as it pertains to mining, manufacturing, construction, transportation, and eventually disposal, it doesn't sound very environmentally responsible anymore. For example, I recently saw a video by a gentleman named Mark Mills of the Manhattan Institute at Prager University. He has stated that in order to produce the storage batteries needed for these systems, at the current pace of implementation in this country, the mining of rare earth metals would need to increase by as much as 2,000% in the coming years. Now, these mining operations use vast amounts of fossil fuels, which I'm hearing here we have to get away from. They have little regard for environmental responsibility, and most of them take place in third world countries because we don't have a lot of the rare earth metals here. These are in nations that, number one, are not particularly friendly to the United States, and number two, are notorious for the exploitation of child labor. So now we're kind of scratching our heads. 50 years ago, they taught us, don't pollute the air, don't pollute the land, don't pollute the water, be responsible. So does that only apply here in Douglas County in the United States, but it's okay
Jeff,
if we're doing it elsewhere?
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
I understand.
Mary, then Sandra, then Alan Anglin. You have to give it over there.
Mary Elder, 1000 Road, Baldwin, grew up around here. Personal experience, you will find that the order reflects subject triage. Personal experiences with NextEra. My dad, Bob Elder, diagnosed with Alzheimer's in the 90s, approached by NextEra to sign a 3-year lease. Didn't bother to ask my mom also on the title, her thoughts, or whether he had judgment capability. 2021, they approached the surviving owner, my mom, Jan, to try to get her to sign another lease. The representative literally blocked her driveway with his car so she could not escape. While I do want to express appreciation for them encompassing the archaeologist, I do find that action very concerning. Violationtracker.org lists 30 million in penalties paid by NextEra since 2000, covering many offenses: environmental, employment, safety, consumer, energy market, wage and hour, labor relations, nuclear. Environment, solar secondary effects. Six Flags, they wanted to bulldoze 66 acres of trees for a solar farm in 2016. In spite of a NASA study that shows additional growth of plants and trees would actually create a cooling effect, which was fascinating how the plants can compensate for us. Solar panels are generally 36 degrees warmer than the surrounding temperature. I wonder if I could fry an egg. YouTube, birds flying over solar farms literally are catching on fire. I found that very upsetting to watch. Multi-college live data study finds that solar farms create heat islands such as cities. Harvard study has noted that if enough solar and wind farms were built to fill our needs, it would actually warm the average surface temperature. Duke Energy live data investigation finds that solar power plugged into their grid increased emissions of nitrogen oxide with associated CO2 concerns. This was a surprise because it conflicted with their computer models. There are other options out there. Solar paint on the horizon, nanoscale solar paint with increased efficiency, electricity collected from humidity in the air, micronuclear boxes. I don't really like nuclear, but apparently these are much safer and difficult to weaponize. The point is, the entire computer center I saw as a kid can fit in my phone. Why am I not flying an anti-gravity car? I think we could do better. Lawrence has a lot of bright people. I submit for consideration, let's start exploring some of these other more non-invasive technologies. I bet a lot of people would love to volunteer to be a part of that. I would. Let's make Lawrence a forefront of non-invasive green technology. Thank you for your time.
Sandra, then Alan, and then Albert Taylor.
Good evening. I'm Sandra Van Leberg, and I have 50 acres of land located near the Kanoki Farm, next to the Kanoki Farm. And
my intended use of the land within the next 2 years is to build a home and implement organic gardening and beekeeping for honey production. What are the health risks of living near a solar farm? In June of last year, the World Health Organization stated that there is a health risk of electromagnetic hypersensitivity associated with living near solar farms. These systems can include, the symptoms of illness can include headaches, fatigue, skin rashes, and sleep disturbances. It is a condition caused by the exposure of electromagnetic fields near solar farms. Can you hear me okay? I keep going in and out, I feel like, with my speech. A study in Australia found that people living near solar farms were more likely to have headaches, dizziness, and nausea. Additional research is definitely needed before we can determine if this is safe to live near solar activity. This is not a remote area. This is, in my situation, one of the most beautiful areas in Eudora. If anyone wanted to take country roads, see the scenery of the countryside where it's beautiful with the trees, the foliage, the wildlife, those roads are accessible to anybody that would like to entertain that idea. But solar panels, rows and rows of these panels are unsightly. My first concern is my health and my plans for my land. And to say that it doesn't count, it doesn't matter because I'm one person is wrong. I have rights as a landowner too. And that's not for others to encroach upon my land with projects that have not, in fact, been deemed safe for humans to live by. Thank you.
Alan, then Albert, then Vicky Orick.
Alan Anglin, 17090 Evening Star Road, non-participating landowner. When this board met back in March on this topic, the issue of trust came up. And after we had public comment, you all asked the NextEra representative what they thought of the public comment. I quote the response: wholeheartedly, many of the comments were false. As someone who provided those comments that night, I took exception of this statement. I spoke about a U.S. Department of Energy study that had concluded in March of this year about large-scale solar projects negatively impacted the values of adjacent properties in agricultural areas, and that the size of the solar facility and the proximity to residences are key factors in the amount of reduction in home values. Several others who are here had comments about, concerns with the nature of the, impact on the rural character of the community, concerns about safety, issues with trust with NextEra. These weren't false comments. These are people's feelings. These are how people feel or perceive and the things that they've read. It's fair for people to feel this way. And at the end of the meeting, because the issue of trust was such a key issue, you tasked NextEra with building trust with people who live in the area of the project. And as Travis pointed out earlier, no one has reached out about that. NextEra spokesman said, they've reached out and asked people to meet, and some people have taken advantage of that opportunity. Said and described it as an opportunity to express your concerns and hear the other side of the story, what we consider the facts. So they're going to hear our concerns and they're going to tell us what the facts are. Well, I took them up when I received a mailer and over the winter. I took NextEra up on an opportunity to have a meeting with them, and they came out and we met, and we had a discussion. there weren't a lot of facts. There weren't a lot of answers, had a lot of questions. So we ended up saying, well, we need to meet again and we'll follow up in March. Well, I did the follow up in March and the answer was nothing's changed. Let's follow up in May. Well, May comes along. I follow up again. Response this time was, oh, got a meeting in June, follow up in July. Well, I really feel like I'm a checkbox. I met with them, but I've gotten no answers. And, maybe it's part of a strategy. I don't know. But I'll tell you, it's not building trust with me. Thank you.
Albert, and then Vicky, and then Michael Milron.
My name's Albert Taylor. I own property at 713 North 300 Road. I would like to talk about the 2040 plan. I noticed here, I was looking at it and I'll have to put my cheaters on to look at it. But I noticed that the 2040 plan encompasses industrial wind and solar compatibility. The 24 plan talks about preserving the character and protecting and preserving the rural life here in Douglas County. How does this happen with solar covering the land? The 2040 plan discusses developing the local food systems, enhancing agricultural uses and rural character in Douglas County. There again, there are other areas that could be used without making agricultural land out of a production. The 2040 plan discusses managing land resources to maintain their natural functions and ensure their sustainability for the future. Rural Douglas County has been farmland and cropland for centuries. That's one reason why I moved to Douglas County. I was born in Gardner and raised in Olathe. I went in the Navy for 24 years. And then after that, I was a project manager for nuclear submarine repair. So that's one of the reasons why I chose Douglas County, because it's rural atmosphere. I also might add, in 2016, Kings Bay, Georgia, where I worked at, they developed a 254-acre solar farm. It cost Georgia Power $75 million. During that time frame, I worked there for another 25 years. And during that time, there was issues with the panels deteriorating, the panels leaching hard materials out of them. And so that became an issue with that farm on a continuing basis. Anyway, I've discussed air pollution. It's a profound impact on the environment. It leads to water and soil contamination. Fires from solar complexes and wind turbines are known to be toxic, adding to air pollution. What about the ground contamination? We should consider that. Water plays a vital role. There in Kings Bay, Georgia, the average depth of groundwater for watering your lawns is less than 10 feet. And heavy metals and stuff and contaminants could leach into the ground. The destruction of our local history, less agricultural ground, loss of natural habitats and beauty around us, more air pollution from toxic chemicals.
Your time's up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Vicky, Michael, and then Kim Richter. Please leave the mouse. Albert, thank you.
My name's Vicki Ulrich, and I have two farms, one at 591 East 1300 Road and the other one at 741 North 400 Road. They're pieces of ground. One of them, 1300 Road, has been in my husband's family forever, to the Civil War area. So the other one we purchased because the highway took our ground and we had to buy more dirt, and which we gladly did because dirt is not being made anymore. So I want to just talk about some health concerns and some protection concerns. It has been found in a study in Australia that people who live near solar farms are more likely to experience headaches, dizziness, and nausea. There could be an increased risk of cancer. And I know around here, we're seeing more cancer children in middle-aged people. Another study found researchers analyzed data over 2 decades and found that the people exposed to high levels of extremely low level frequency magnetic fields over a long duration showed an increase of acute leukemia. European scientists also uncovered a possible link between that and the leukemia in children. In a literature review of previous studies, they suggested that between 1.5% to 5% of childhood leukemia could be attributed to the ELF and EMFs from solar farms. More than 24 studies on low frequency EMFs suggest that these energy fields may cause various neurological and psychiatric problems in people and could be harmful to cognitive ability and induce pathology similar to that in Alzheimer's. The other thing I want to cover, being a rural person, are the fires. Will there be firefighters equipped and trained to fight solar fires? We have our firefighters come, they're volunteer, they're by township, and we've had some fires at one of our farms, and as fast as they are, it's really tough to have fires on your farm. From 2015 to 2020, there have been 155 solar fires, and with those, the firefighters must wear self-contained breathing apparatus. The chemicals that are released can harm inhalation and exposure. What steps are going to be taken to secure the safety of rural residents, since we don't have the advantages of having fire departments like Lawrence does? Thank you.
Michael, Kim, and then Marcia Pohl.
Okay, Mike Melbourne, rural Douglas County, 659 North 100 Road, Douglas County, born and raised, and I have lived and raised my family in Douglas County. Proud to say I live in Douglas County. I have a statement I've given here to read for an individual that could not be here this evening, and if time, then I'll speak for myself. This is from Mr. Robert Elder.
Michael, hold time for a second. So we don't allow that. You can't read for somebody and then take another 3 minutes for yourself.
No, I'm not asking for another 3 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Can I read his and then?
You can, as long as it's within that 3 minute period. Thanks.
Okay. Douglas County has been growing very rapidly in population in recent years. Consequently, we need to preserve what little open space we have left. Installation of industrial scale solar operations is not compatible with the need to preserve our rural landscape. In addition, sightings of large-scale solar operations near occupied dwellings and active farms is irresponsible. Douglas County is far too populated to be able to accommodate the necessary setbacks for industrial-sized solar operations. As commissioners, your job is not to decide if solar is good sources of energy. Your job is to determine if commercial solar operations constitute a suitable land use in Douglas County. Your neighbors and constituents are demonstrating that industrial scale solar is not a suitable use for the fields and forests of Douglas County. Please join your neighbors and constituents in rejecting commercial solar development in Douglas County. Sincerely, Robert Elder. Now, as for me, I would like to thank the three of you for the extreme hard work you have done on this. You know, it's beyond me how you can go to bed and sleep at night. NextEra has represented itself very poorly in Douglas County. They have sent representatives door to door and have lied to people. They've done whatever they needed to do to get a signature on a piece of paper. They lied to me. They've lied to my neighbor. They lied to a 95-year-old lady that lives about 3 miles from me. I know we're not the only 3 people in Douglas County that's been lied to. This is coming. We know that solar and possibly wind is coming. We can't stop it. We do not have to do with the first business with the first person that sticks their foot in the door. Let's do business with better company than what NextEra has proven itself to be. Thank you.
Kim, then Marcia, then Ruth Russell.
Good evening. I'm Kim Richter, and I live at 755 North 1851 Diagonal Road in Lecompton Township. I'm just going to apologize right now because I'm going to talk about Australia too. I'm sorry, I'm tired, and it just, I don't know why we're bringing up Australia, but I think it'll be clear when I'm done. So people have made a number of points about why supporting renewable energy is critically important. I'm going to talk about why it's important for you 3 commissioners to approve the NextEra temporary business use permit, why you should do so tonight, and why you should not require other renewable energy companies to get these permits in the future. I'm going to make 3 points that may seem unconnected, but I will connect them in a moment. In the US, we have so far lost over 1,127,000 lives to COVID-19. In Australia, where my husband was from and where 3 of our kids now live, they have lost 21,000 people. If we had enacted the same policies that Australia had, we would have lost, adjusting for population size, 272,000 people. In other words, 855,000 people who are no longer with us would be here now. The point is that public policy matters, and timing is critical. There were pressures to water down its actions, but Australia managed to save the lives of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of its citizens because it enacted good policies at the right time. The problem with the things that are driving climate change is that everyone's actions everywhere in the world affect us. There will be no safe haven for long. The opportunity in this moment is that our actions can and will affect everyone else in our state and our nation and in the world. Douglas County has been here before. When we stopped construction of a new coal-fired energy plant, it turned the tide toward clean energy for the whole state. You today are faced with a similar situation. If you deny the temporary business use permit or in other ways make it harder for renewable energy than it is for other industries to put together applications for permits, then you will open the door for 104 other counties in Kansas to adopt the same delay tactic. Because if this strategy works in Lawrence, it will definitely work everywhere else. Please approve the temporary use permit and don't require it of other companies.
Next up is Marcia, then Ruth, and Dan Fuller.
Sitting a while on those heavy benches just kind of makes me stiff, sorry. Marcia Paul, I live in Douglas County. When I was working, I worked for the Douglas County Conservation District and the Natural Resources Conservation Service for 19 years. That was from 1988 to 2007. I did the highly erodible or HEL determinations for cropland in our county. Plus, I also helped stake fields for terraces, waterways, diversions, and ponds. Now, just for the record, corn is not just for fuel. It feeds livestock, wildlife, and people. such as corn dogs. I have not had supper and it sounds good with a little mustard. I want to talk about in the county solar regulations dated 3/2 of 22, it talks about the appropriate locational criteria for siting commercial solar and energy conversion system. The majority of the soils on this proposed project are highly erodible. From the Douglas County Soil Survey. These lands have been terraced to reduce erosion as seen on the Google Maps satellites. To place solar here, the land will need to be graded and leveled for the solar complexes. And some of the soils on there are from a 3 to 7% slope. That's a pretty good slope. This will disturb the topsoils and subsoils, mixing them never to be returned to the original state for farming and pasture land, because the topsoil needs to be on the top and the subsoil needs to be on underneath it, and it can't, mixing it will make it a poor farm ground, poor land. Erosion is in nearby creeks and is another concern. While working for the Douglas County Conservation and Natural Resources Conservation Service, I was also the non-point source coordinator for the district, working with the county health department regarding water pollution in our streams, water wells, aquifers, and upgrading residential waste systems in the county. Pollution of the soil and water cannot be removed. According to the an article on the South Carolina Department of Health and Environment, dated 12/22, solar panels have carcinogenic cadmium, lead, copper, or aluminum, which can and will reach soil and water from broken panels, from breakage, cracks, or aging. Over time, these chemicals will wash into our streams and wells and reach our aquifers, our drinking water, plus contaminations of crops. Despite the potential for public health risk, this problem is not being addressed with the strength and urgency needed. That was from the South Carolina Health Department.
Ruth is up next, then Dan Fuller. Okay, no Ruth, she's already spoken. Dan Fuller, then Therese Laughlin, and then Darlene Taylor.
Dan Fuller, live down in southeast Douglas County. I've spent about a month reviewing these solar regulations, trying to find some in-depth information regarding the solar resusciticity test that's listed on page 25, item C of the agenda report. As of today, I was not able to find any information on the second part of the soil resusciticity test in the adopted solar regulations. While doing my research, I discovered how critical the second part of this test is. There are two parts to this test. The first is to confirm how well the soil is grounded. The second part of the test is to determine how corrosive the soil is. Why is this so important? The American Galvanizers Association stated that galvanized metal will corrode when it is buried in the ground. Galvanized steel also has some lead in it, which is an impurity from the zinc process used in the galvanized steel. I don't have to tell you how important the health problems will cause from this. This information I got was from Energy Matters, the Department of Health and Human Services, Illinois Department of Health, New Jersey Department of Health, California Department of Transportation, and the Corrosive Engineering. I went to Baldwin and got a rough estimate on how many piers are going to be required. They have 71 per acre. So if you take that times 900 acres, you're looking at about 63,000 galvanized piers in the ground. And they would be leaching zinc and lead in the ground over a 20 to 25 year CUP permit. This is why solar regulations need to be amended, and this temporary permit should be tabled until the code and zoning can investigate this very important health issue. Further, once the code and zoning have had time to analyze their findings, then the current solar regulations should be amended to address this. There needs to be maybe more test wells on the site, possibly 40 to 50 over the 900 acres. A county employee would be taking the soil samples. That way, you know that it's going to be done right. And also the Kansas Geological Survey would have the conditions for the soil, because Douglas County soil can change in 25 foot, and let them choose where the test wells would be at. Guess that's it. Thanks.
Therese, then Darlene Taylor, then Jerry Kaufman.
Now it's green. Okay. Therese Laughlin, unincorporated Douglas County, N1 Road. A history of NextEra related projects in unincorporated Douglas County was requested by the board at the March 29th commission meeting. November 2013, NextEra submitted a CUP app to Douglas County to install meteorological towers. Commission decided to establish a temporary moratorium in December of 2013. NextEra did not complete the required CUP process, thus their application expired. But in June of 2015, the Director of Zoning and Codes discovered a meteorological tower had been installed without a permit. NextEra was contacted and removed the tower. Tonight, I found out that NextEra had gotten a permit in March of 2018 for a SODAR unit. July 6, 2021, a temporary use permit application for solar meteorological measurement device by NextEra with a contact of William Wilkes. A TUB was approved on August 25th of 21. December 2022, a complaint of unpermitted construction activities occurring late at night as a result of the complaint. Then a TBU application from William Wilkins of NextEra to show utility scale solar related testing activity at the March 29th, 2023 commission meeting. NextEra and Terracon claimed they didn't know a permit was required. However, both NextEra and William Wilkins had previously applied to Douglas County for permits in 2013, 2018, and 2021, maybe others. Additionally, NextEra was informed of complaints of working without a permit 2015 and 2022. They said they worked with staff for over 10 years. They knew permits were required. Additional ground will be taken for substations and transmission lines. Eminent domain will be forced on people that were not given a choice. Industrial solar will negatively impact the rural character of the county. We can't afford to lose valuable agricultural land and lose our way of life. Many neighboring property owners will lose the use and enjoyment of their land. Approving NextEra's TBU is getting their foot in the door for a utility scale solar energy center and battery energy storage systems for Douglas County. This is what they had at one of their meetings. This is what they're doing the testing for. The Panasonic plant is coming. It's going to take roughly 600 acres for the plant, an additional 4,000 jobs, which will mean additional housing and more ag loss, both to the plant and for housing. Commissioners, you have the opportunity and the responsibility to be a leader and protect unincorporated Douglas County.
Time's up. Thank you. Darlene, then Jerry, then Janet. Jill, can you give me the other sheet?
Okay, Darlene Taylor, rural Douglas County. You know, as I look around the room, I see a lot of people that I know you guys have seen a bunch of times. We have been here begging, we've been here asking, We've came up with loads and loads of information. And in that time, there only the two fellows in the front row have been here for solar, wanting the solar. And then after they wine and dine and give out promotions and all that, now all of a sudden you have people in here for the solar. Where have they been all this time to fight their cause? We've been fighting, and we hope and pray that you guys follow suit and help us protect our part of the country, protect our neighbors, protect Douglas County as a whole. We do not need this. Thank you.
Jerry, and then Janet, and then Marcy Francisco.
Commissioners, I'm Jerry Kaufman. I live at 646 North 100 Road. I'm Mr. Melbourne's neighbor that he referenced a little bit ago. I would like to follow up with the gentleman, I don't know his name, but his 3 minutes in it, and he was talking about the archaeologist. So I would like to pick up with that a little bit because that's a concern of mine. I've done a lot of work with the Heritage. I'm not on the Heritage Conservation Council, but I have a lot of interactions with them. They do have an archaeologist on the committee at this time. And I do feel that I don't want our county's history or cultural resources put in the trust of an archaeologist hired by NextEra Energy. I think that's something that the commissioner should consider. The next thing I'd like to mention is something that's very personal to me, and that is that I am very happy to be serving on the Open Spaces Advisory Committee. We are only in stage 1 of our work at the very beginning. Any type of company, for any reason that comes in at this time and says that I want to do a large scale project in the unincorporated area of Douglas County, wherever that might be, that's scary to me. Because we have been charged as a committee in Douglas County to do certain things and to work on the open spaces plan, the process, and then the development of the plan. I think it is not appropriate to approve these 4 TBUs at this time, because I think this group has been given a charge to do our work, and we're doing this for Douglas County. And I just in my communication with the public, and I've had several people talk to me, it's a mixed message that we would approve something in a large scale in the unincorporated area at the same time that we have a committee working to work on a comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time.
Janet, then Marcy, then Mike Calhoun.
Janet Yeagley, rural Douglas County. Could Douglas County rural history be vanishing? The 2040 plan talks about protecting and preserving the rural and historical character. How can this happen if industrial wind and solar come into our county? In 1825, some 200,000 acres were allotted to the Shawnee Indians for a reservation in much of the Eudora Township. Below the Shawnee Reservation were 2 more parcels of land for the Sac and Fox and the Kansa tribes. Arrowheads and other relics have been found here. A Santa Fe Trail marker marks this spot. Now the West Gardner Solar Project Complex wants to cover 1,000 acres of Douglas County history. Speaking of the Santa Fe Trail, my father-in-law, Harold, told us that his grandfather told him of how he stood on his front porch and watched covered wagons going west on the Santa Fe Trail, just a quarter mile north of his house. That would be just south of your house, Karen. Harold found this spur in his barnyard. He later saw the same spur with the same markings at the Fort Scott Military Museum. It's from the Dragoon Cavalry Regiment that followed the Santa Fe Trail in 1835 before Kansas was a state. I'm sure there's artifacts like this all along the trail. Considering the integrity or lack thereof of NextEra and the lies they tell, if Native American artifacts are found, they will probably just slip them in their pocket and throw them away at the end of the day. NextEra will probably pay off the archaeologists to stay quiet about any finds. Speaking to a representative from the wind company, he stated that transmission lines will be built south of Highway 56. Could these lines be going through Blackjack Park, another historical area which is making great improvements each year? The transmission lines that run north of Highway 56 near North 550 Road across the county are not to capacity and could be utilized instead of building more. This area is so rich in history, let's not alter it or destroy it. We're depending on you three commissioners that were elected or appointed to represent the residents of Douglas County to keep our rural history alive and protected. Don't let the historical sites and character vanish. I encourage you to vote against this tonight. Thanks.
Marcy, then Mike, then Dalton Glasscock.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your patience. I understand the request tonight is simply for the temporary business permits, and also that gathering more information regarding the substrate is needed to determine what areas might be appropriate for solar development. I very much appreciate all the work that you've done to establish the solar regulations and rules for our county. This step is necessary to allow any large-scale investor to develop an appropriate application. I've been pleased to serve on the Kansas Senate Utility Committee for the past 19 years, and my constituents, most of whom are from Douglas County, have repeatedly asked me to support development of renewable resources. I will also share that I worked at the University of Kansas in landscape and facilities planning, and we often asked for information with geotechnical services prior to proceeding with the development. I can understand that there was some confusion with this request. To me, geotechnical services seem very different from building a tower. And I'm not sure if I read the regulations, I would understand that even if I'd asked for a permit for a tower, that I would need that same permit for these geotechnical services. So the activity does not seem to me to be appropriate either for a temporary business permit or a CUP. Maybe we should rename it a temporary activity permit. But needless to say, this is what's before you tonight. I hope that you do approve these permits. And please also share with me any concerns you have about the state limiting home rule. It's one of my concerns, and additional arguments about that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mike, and then Dalton, and then Rocky Cloth.
I didn't see a mic step up, so I just decided to come up.
Hang on just a second. Dalton Glasscock.
Yep.
Okay, hang on. Mike Calhoun, are you here? Mike's, good call. That was a long time ago. Okay. Go ahead, Dalton.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Commissioners. Dalton Glasscock, 502 South Millwood. First, it is fitting tonight that we gather on the summer solstice, the longest day of sunlight and at its highest point. And I think we need to embrace all the sun has to offer our communities. It's good for our landowners, and I represent Heartland area landowners, a group of individuals that farm the sun and the wind. Between Douglas County and Johnson County, we have over 2,600 members, and we're trying to stand against bureaucratic hurdles that are hindering the fight to fight climate change. First off, I'll talk about the community support that NextEra has received. Now, I know this is going in and out, so if you're able to still hear me, I'll continue. First off, I'm proud of the outreach that I've seen NextEra do, including the forums that they've hosted in this community. And as an expert in this field, we worked on projects across the tri-state area, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and we've never personally encountered a county that has required these permits. And so I'm appreciative of the work NextEra has done to go above and beyond, I think, what's required in terms of how they wanted to reconcile with the Indigenous survey and other things they have done, including the additional forums they have hosted during this period. I know they've talked with hundreds of leaders and community individuals, and I know personally at an event that I was at this weekend with NextEra, the Juneteenth event, there was over 500 individuals that stopped by, and only one person expressed disapproval of the project. In addition, we're a group that stands for property rights, and I stand here as that's a cornerstone of our democratic system. And any forum to not approve the permits here tonight is a de facto taking of property rights, and a delay is the same as well. You've heard why we can't delay these projects, and there was a lot mentioned tonight. So I'm hoping I can hit on all those points in the amount of time I have left. We have surveyed our members, and not one of our members has heard of a TBU by any developer. We also know that at least one developer that has been working in Douglas County over the last 12 months did not get a TBU as well. And so we know that there was no precedent that they also felt they had to follow. There is one person of the opposition that says NextEra hasn't engaged with them, yet they continued their speech by saying that they invited NextEra out and they came out and spoke with them. They also said, quote, "I met with them." I know NextEra and also Heartland area landowners has personally met or emailed dozens of non-participating landowners. And I personally met with 5 people in this room that have spoken opposition. I urge you on behalf of our 2,600 members in Douglas County and Johnson County to approve this permit and to say yes to future development here in Douglas County. If Douglas County can lead, Kansas can lead on this energy issue as well. So thank you so much for your time. And it looks like the sun's down on the solstice. So
Rocky, then Gary Sparks, and then Carrie Brandon.
Commissioners, my name is Rocky Cloth. My address is 8955 East 38th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I also am here on behalf of Damian Levings, who is the number 3 person to be called on. Unfortunately, Damian was unable to be here. And just as a brief anecdote, with Damian, who lives at 2624 Noldbrook Court here in Lawrence, his kids went to Broken Arrow. His kids went to Billy Mills Middle School. They went to Lawrence High. His wife has worked at New York Elementary. And we have 66 other shared constituents that live here in Douglas County. For over 100 years, the Mid-America Carpenters Regional Council has been building buildings and structures. And we've also been a part of the building and maintenance of power generation facilities in this area. Today, the values of Douglas County and the Midwest are on full display. We ask that justice be more than just part of a campaign speech or a social media post. We ask that the adjudication of granting business licenses and building permits be fair across the board. Moving forward with this step, this permit is instrumental in Douglas County gaining its energy independence in the state of Kansas. As leaders for this area, the commission has a responsibility to its constituents to be mindful of climate change by utilizing clean energy and other methods of energy production that are right here that do not cause issue. This is a step that the people are going to be able to work on these projects, live here, they learn here, they play here, and they be able to actually work here. That's important to you as the commissioners and to the tax base as a whole. So we simply encourage the Board of County Commissioners to go with staff approval and approve NextEra's application for temporary business use permit. The carpenters and millwrights of the Mid-America Carpenters Regional Council have found NextEra to be not only responsible, but responsive as a partner in the industry. And we look forward to working with them on many other projects throughout the Midwest. We stand to be ready to be a part of climate change solution. We stand to be ready to help our neighbors be energy independent. And we stand ready to build our community.
Gary Sparks, then Carrie Brandon, then Michael Forsch.
Commissioner, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Excuse me for my low voice, previous injuries. I own the farm 39095 West 183rd Street, Edgerton, Kansas. Have owned and lived there for 45 years. I presently live on Gardner Road because of a house fire. My dad and I signed up in 2018 with NextEra Energy. We have seen a lot of changes in farming in the last, his 90 years of his life and 70 years of mine. One of my dad's desires was to keep the family farm together and intact and not cut this up and divide it up in units and stuff. He also didn't want me to continue on trying to work so hard to make the family farm pay out. We went to several states, counties, and looked into this solar projects. We studied this pretty deeply. We have a transmission line that cuts through our place and divides it. And everyone benefits from that. We didn't stop that when that come along and stuff. Clean energy is here. It is a factor in our life. NextEra is a good partner with this. We've looked into this deeply, and it's an economical way for sustainable energy. We ask that you would get on board here and look deeply into this. I appreciate it. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Harry, Michael, and then Deb Johnson.
Carrie Brandon, Douglas County. What I want to talk about with regards to the temporary business use permit is two things that are part of the regulations, and they're two really good things. And to Karen's credit, when she was on the Planning Commission, she, I think, was instrumental in forming the ad hoc committee. They're doing the same thing for wind. And Douglas County's done a great job of slowing down and making sure that the details are covered, you know, and that's really important. So two of those details are the reputation of the developer and also, you know, evaluating and utilizing brownfield sites. And I know that, you know, I keep repeating myself. I feel like I've been doing the same song and dance for 2 years, but I have not once heard NextEra Energy come to the commission, to the public, to the Planning Commission and talk about, hey, let's take a step back, see what some creative options might be for identifying some dead ground brownfield site locations where, yeah, it may cost more than slapping solar on 3,000 plus acres of farmland, but what's responsible? And that's always what I've been about. I'm not anti-renewable. I'm not anti-solar. I'm pro-responsibility. And to me, surrounding 200 plus homes in the 0 to less than 1 mile impact zone of this 3,000 plus acre West Gardner solar project is irresponsible. And there's even more homes. One woman, she said she's building a home. People don't know what's going on. And so transparency, that's another reason. So that there's this brownfield site thing, right? The other thing is transparency and trust and the reputation. And since 2014, NextEra Energy has been stealthily ground leasing about 8,400 some odd acres of the southern half of Douglas County. That's a lot of acreage and no one has any idea. The only way you can figure it out, and I just got frustrated, so I stopped what I was doing, took time off work, came to the Register of Deeds, looked up all of the Boulevard Associates, West Gardner Solar LLCs, pinpointed those parcels, went to the GIS mapping department, paid them to take the legal description and match it to the quick ref ID and then make a big map. And that's it's very hard to see because the email got scanned and I should have sent a PDF. But anyhow, check it out, guys. It is a massive amount and nobody knows how much land has been secured, nor the deed leases are not getting released for those that have been expired. And that's not fair to participating landowners. Thank you.
Michael, and then Deb, and then Michael Allman.
Here we are again. More to come. I've listened to a lot of stuff tonight, and I'm really kind of taken back by the lack of respect given to you guys. How dare you make a rule that says somebody has to have a permit? You know, they came with their hat in their hand, said, we're sorry, we won't do it again, but they continue to do it. They've had their meetings coming up to this meeting. They have insinuated that our group is backed by big oil and big politicians. We're not. These are the people who back our group. These are the people who help finance what we do. We're here of our own accord and nobody pulls our strings. We don't want to pull your strings. We're just asking that you guys give it the same due diligence and demand the same respect that you've given everybody in this room. They owe that to you. I just don't see how this can go forward. I really don't. I mean, they brought a bunch of people here tonight. They were all well-versed and they were well-spoken. And they were well coached. Our people, not so much. They come up here and speak from the heart because it affects them. We live out there. If you live in Lawrence, you don't live out there. Yeah, you want green energy. Yeah, we have a crisis that's looming. But we just don't throw it against the wall and see what sticks. It's got to be methodical. It's got to have a plan. And we can't destroy valuable farmland. And this temporary business permit is the first step in that. They're going to go out there and drill holes and punch pipes down into the ground. It's going to break the limestone underneath. And what's going to happen then? We're looking at another brownfield as a result of this, just like farmland industries. All the pesticides that they're going to put in there for vegetation control. They're going to take all the greenery out of there and replace it with solar panels. The greenery is what sequesters carbon dioxide. If you remove it and then put a bunch of metal and plastic in there, that in and of itself is defeating its purpose. We need to preserve this. There are places in this country, there's places in this state where these are viable options. Smaller population densities, less fertile ground. Those are viable options. This isn't. So I'm asking you to turn down the temporary business permit because we don't need that. Thank you.
Deb, and then Michael Allman, and then we'll move to online comments.
Well, it's been so long. I hope that I have power enough to do this. I'll probably say some things that other people have said. Really great group here and what they've presented you with. I have just 4 articles. I have resourced articles. It's not hearsay. It's not buzzwords. It's not, I'm not dropping a bomb and peppering some emotions in there and then, we're off to the races. US News, April 7, 2022, Wind Energy Company pleads guilty after at least 150 eagles killed in the US. We all know we're talking about NextEra, their associates and their affiliates. NextEra Energy sent to probation in order to pay more than $8 million in fines and restitution after at least 150 eagles killed, all sentenced to 5 years probation after being charged with 3 counts of violating the Migratory Bird Tree Act. These things are real. These things we live with a lot of eagles in Southwest Douglas County. Almost all eagles were killed when struck by wind blades, some turbines killing multiple eagles. My guess is that's because they're migrating in that area. That's a no-brainer. It goes on and gives more information. I'm going to try and get through this. The company's failure to take steps to protect the eagles, to obtain permits to kill the birds, gave it an advantage over competitors and did take such steps that did do that. NextEra's reason, it believed the law didn't require them for unintentional bird deaths, or they're thinking is such a thing as intentional bird deaths other than adding to the health of a population. NextEra must have wiped the sweat off their brow, now believing that, quote, its guilty plea will resolve all allegation over past fatalities and allow it to move forward without continued threat of prosecution, unquote. Additionally, the article, the company proceeded anyway and at time ignored further advice from the federal wildlife, etc. Do you want to do business with a company that has so little regard for the laws, regulations, and ordinances governing counties, states in the United States? Globe Newswire, June 21, 2023. NextEra, seriously? Mea culpa, I know you guys want to apologize, but listen to this. NextEra Energy sued by Block Lepton LLP for security law violations. This is appalling me. This is very, very recent. Block and the national securities litigation firm filed class action lawsuits against NextEra Energy for securities fraud. It goes on in depth about that. Something that was also appalling to me was that later reports alleged that FPL also spied on journalists following unsupportive. I'm sorry. I guess what I'm saying is.
Deb, your time's up.
My time's up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Michael?
Good evening, Michael Alban. I'm speaking for myself. I think most of us, if not all of us here this evening, can appreciate the information about the urgency and seriousness of climate disruption we heard earlier, and the necessity to find solutions for climate disruption. Solar, of course, is one of those solutions. However, the question really isn't about whether or not we want to do solar. It's more a question, as I've said before, about how or where or by whom. Also, this evening, none of that we heard earlier is relevant to what is being looked at by you this evening. That is the permits for soil testing. And those permits are for the company NextEra. I would urge you to deny those permits because NextEra has a pretty long rap sheet about a lot of unethical activity, not only here, but around the country and globe. As a previous speaker noted, and it's in your report, in 2018, 2022, on at least 5 occasions, there were permit applications, CUPs, temporary use permits by NextEra for meteorological towers and SODAR units. They've done this before, and yet on the 29th of March, they pleaded that we had no idea permits were required. And We've never encountered that before, and we promise we'll never do it again. I don't buy it. They're also unethical in the fact that they hired in 2022, they hired Matrix LLC in Florida, a political consulting firm, to engage in what was called by The Guardian influence peddling in the election to defeat Florida legislators who opposed the bills that NextEra had their subsidiary, Florida Power and Light, right to eliminate net metering for rooftop solar, to eliminate their competition. So I would say what we need to do is shop around. We can't trust this company. You can't afford to work with them or rely on them to keep their word. If they want to pay off an archaeologist, how are you going to know that they are or not? We can't trust them. Thank you.
Okay, that finishes up our comments here. Sarah, let's turn to online comments. If you'd like to make online comments, please raise your hand and we'll move you in.
Scott Allegrucci, you have your hand raised. We're going to move you into the panel. You have 3 minutes. Scott, you're in the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment.
Thank you. My name is Scott Allegrucci. I own a home and live on Grove Drive in Lawrence. I have previously worked with the County Commission toward the protection and sustainable use of prime soils and agricultural land in Douglas County. That work contributed directly to current capacity, allowing the county to preserve and protect those assets. I served as the initial chair of the Douglas County Food Policy Council, as a board member of the Kansas Rural Center, as staff of the Land Institute, and as a laborer for Cascadian Farms. I've worked for Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign, the Great Plains Alliance for Clean Energy, the Western Clean Energy Campaign, and as a member of the City of Lawrence's Peak Oil Task Force. As Kansas Tourism Director, I served on the then governor's task force focused on wind energy development and historical, cultural, and ecological preservation in the Kansas Flint Hills. That work resulted in the still existing heart of the Flint Hills region, where large-scale wind energy development is discouraged. I have learned a great deal from my colleagues in climate and energy and food systems works. And I've also heard a generation's worth of misinformation and deception from fossil fuel and authoritarian stakeholders who are the ultimate source of much of the disinformation you are still hearing in opposition to renewable energy. Any and all development coming to Douglas County in the next decades will alter the county. The list of things that we value about living here is fortunately long. I am certain that every single one of the things we all value about Douglas County is threatened by climate change. We can't even hope to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of the climate change already overtaking us without large-scale renewable energy production to displace fossil fuels within this decade. I wish that weren't so, but it is, thanks to decades of denial, delay, and deception. None of this gives energy development companies a free pass, and you didn't either. This commission has already provided rigorous protection of the things we all value about Douglas County, as put forward in Resolution 2216. The conditions for use of county land by solar energy developers is the highest bar for such development in the state. It remains possible to develop large-scale solar in the county, but not easy. That won't satisfy everyone. Have we asked the mostly poor, often people of color, and indigenous people that have borne the brunt of our polluting, exploitive, fossil fuel-driven energy systems what they think of keeping those systems in place, because some of us don't want to look at renewable energy development? In 20 or 30 or 50 years, if we have better ways to address our energy needs and climate disruption, today's solar installations can be removed or replaced. The alterations caused by renewable energy development are real, but can be mitigated within a generation. But if we don't act now at appropriate scale and speed, the alterations from climate change will be devastating for every resident in every community of Douglas County, and they will be unalterable. I ask that you approve the temporary business use request related to solar energy development on this agenda, that you let the conditions for use in 2216 work free from unnecessary delays and obstruction, and that you keep in mind the actual stakes for all residents and for the entire county where renewable energy and climate mitigation are concerned. Thank you for your time and for your important work.
Steve Clark, we're moving you into the panel. You can come off mute and provide your public comment.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Steve Clark. I live at 3422 Kensington Court in El Dorado Hills, California. I grew up and then raised a family in Johnson County, Kansas. My wife's family owns land in southeast Douglas County, where my mother-in-law grew up, and in southwest Johnson County, for which they have signed a lease agreement with NextEra. I'm very familiar with the land since my wife and I helped with farm work during the 1980s and 90s when we lived nearby. We highly value the land and are conservation minded. We wouldn't allow solar development to ruin the land. Through my 40-year career in power plant engineering and construction, I understand the technology and impacts of most power plant types, including coal, nuclear, natural gas, and utility scale solar. I've been deeply involved in the siting and permitting of dozens of power plants, including many solar plants. I have firsthand experience preparing conditional use permit applications for solar projects. I've managed geotechnical investigations through subcontractors, as NextEra is doing. Based on all of my experience and industry knowledge, I'm confident that NextEra's geotechnical work can be completed quickly with minimal impacts to the land or neighbors. It will be completed only on participating landowners' property with their prior approval. It should be conducted only during daylight hours, and requirements for cultural resource preservation should be included, just as the staff recommended. Given all of this, I see no valid reason to deny the temporary business use permits NextEra has requested for geotechnical activities. TBU allowing limited geotechnical work are very different and separate from the conditional use permit application and review process for the solar facility itself. No permanent features or construction for a solar project can start without a commissioner-approved CUP. The Douglas County Commissioners have already approved zoning regulations that allow utility solar facilities to receive a CUP through a public process. I firmly believe that given the county's adoption of solar zoning regulations, it would be simply wrong to deny a solar project developer the opportunity to complete the limited field work needed to prepare their CUP. Without any solid rationale, local anti-solar groups want to stop utility scale solar in its tracks by demanding Douglas County deny TBUs for NextEra's geotechnical work. They don't want to allow the CUP application and review process to work as attended by the county. I ask you not to bow to pressures and extreme misinformation from the anti-solar camp. I ask that you vote to issue the TBUs for NextEra's geotechnical work tonight. Thank you for your attention.
Commissioners, there's no other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment.
Oh.
Do we have anybody else on?
Yeah, Laura Beth Clark just raised her hand.
How many other people want to provide public comment? Just that one? Okay.
2, 3.
Okay. Okay, let's do the first.
And if there's anyone else online that wants to provide public comment, please raise your hand now and keep it raised. Thank you. Laura Beth, you're in the panel and you can provide your comment.
Hi, my name is Laura Beth Clark and I live at 3422 Kensington Court in El Dorado Hills, California. I grew up in Gardner, Kansas, and my family owns land in both Johnson and Douglas County, where my mom grew up. I believe many of the statements made by some anti-solar people this evening is incredibly misleading and untrue. It's been very troubling that anti-solar forces used misinformation to slam solar energy when it could offer Douglas County and all of us many benefits. Some examples. One opponent stated that a recent report confirms that a solar farm will reduce the value of nearby non-participating properties. That is a half-truth. The report actually reported that solar farms located in several states resulted in no drop in property values, while solar farms in some selected other states have very minor property value reductions. Multiple opponents claim that EMFs from solar farms have been shown to cause health impacts to people living nearby. In actual fact, no credible medical studies have found any causation between living near solar farms, their EMF forces, and negative health impacts. The fact is, EMF forces from a solar farm or a project 500 feet or more away are practically zero. There is more EMF force from household appliances. Multiple opponents claim that solar farms cause a heat island that could negatively impact neighboring property. This is totally unproven and is illogical since solar panels convert 20% or more of sunshine into electricity. One opponent claims that solar farms are unproven and further research is needed to determine whether they have negative health impacts. That is hard to believe when over 2,000 solar farms have been built across the US and operating for up to 20 years. The claim that driving galvanized steel posts into the ground will cause soil and groundwater pollution is a total myth. Did you know that the same posts that would be used for solar panel supports are used to support highway signs and as guardrail posts? Those posts have been used for over 80 years in the US. Have you heard of any problems from that use? Please ignore all the solar misinformation and approve the TBUs for geotech work. I want to thank you for your hard work and for listening. And I know it's late and I appreciate all of your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, last call to raise your hand online.
Don't have anyone else online.
Okay. We'll open it back up to here at the courthouse. If you want to provide public comment, please come on up.
What's up with the camera?
Sir, go ahead and provide your public comment.
I didn't know if that was some kind of form of intimidation by the Kerry Brandon's group. All right, my name is Stan Kanoki. I live in Overland Park. Our family owns land in Douglas and Johnson County that we have signed a lease with NextEra to use our land for a solar farm. I think it's great that both counties have an opportunity to do a joint venture to have this solar farm together. I think NextEra has a great plan to send this energy to Evergy substation by the Langsfield Museum to be used in the grid locally or wherever the Southwest Power Pool needs it. NextEra is a willing partner wanting to bring renewable energy, solar and wind to Douglas County. The future is renewable energy. Solar energy is one of the cleanest sources of energy. While operating, it doesn't produce carbon emissions. It's very minimum noise and has no smell. Our land has always been used for crops and pasture, but nothing produced today or in the past, corn, soybean, wheat, hay, or cattle could bring in as much revenue as solar energy for this land. And our family, the Breckeisens, has owned this land over a century and a half. For the landowners who signed a lease with NextEra, they just want to pass their land to the next generation, and the solar farm would secure this. As one child of 6 children of our parents, us 6 children do not want to divide the land between us. We want to keep it together, and the solar farm would help. I would like the commissioners to allow NextEra to get the temporary business use permit. NextEra has been here since the beginning of forming the solar regulations. I would like NextEra to be able to finish up their testing and be able to apply for a conditional use permit so we can actually see what that looks like. I think if you allow NextEra this temporary business use permit, you will see redemption. All of, efforts. All of this supporting a healthier future for people and the planet should be our goal. Thank you.
Yeah, just add your name and address to the record.
Catherine Ellsworth, Eudora, Kansas. I am concerned about climate change. I support the 14-acre Stoll Solar project near Lecompton, and I'll probably support Savion's 1,000-acre project north of Lawrence. I do, however, object to the West Gardner solar project proceeding. It's in the wrong place and it's too big. Sprawling county lines, it will likely be 3,400 acres in one of the fastest growing areas of Kansas. You could put the entire city of Eudora inside it and still have room for Baldwin. Currently, the biggest solar farm in Kansas is 140 acres out in sparsely populated Stanton County. The only projects comparable in size to West Gardner are located in the California desert. And now NextEra has done a very good job of marketing this project. A fancy website, perky social media posts, well-coiffed mailers, family fun nights, catered dinners, town halls with fancy cake. And they know how to get quoted in the press, where they've taken every opportunity to denigrate and malign any opposition. Unfortunately, there is a whole field of study about how, in the siting of solar farms and wind turbines, developers and leasing landowners have a disproportionate influence on the permitting process. NextEra would be a perfect case study, expertly exerting pressure at every turn. And as they've done in other states like Iowa, they've mobilized nonprofits to serve as surrogates and lobbyists, but they're not the only ones with their thumb on the scale. Most of the acres in the West Gardner project belong to a partnership of absentee landowners who have submitted reams of public comments during the writing of the solar regulations. And until recently, they've never mentioned their relationship with NextEra. This inherent inequity is another reason I think the West Gardner TBU should be declined. I hope we can still correct course. There will be better projects, suitable in size, appropriately sited, and fair to the minority who will pay the highest price, which in this case is rural residents. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Carrie Barth. I'm a resident of Douglas County in Baldwin, out in the rural area, and I'm a Kansas representative for District 5. Last I knew, we lived in America, and there is such a thing as property rights that what one person does on their land should not negatively affect their neighbors. There is a Consumer Protection Act, the Kansas Right to Farm Law, that are there to protect people from improper land use, including nuisance laws that apply to the county and city of Lawrence. If I recall correctly, Lawrence didn't even want roosters and chickens in the city. And we're talking about something that is all day long, a nuisance. Did you already approve changing zoning from agriculture to commercial zoning? Last I know, we had zoning law rules protecting our agriculture areas. Changing such a massive amount of residential to commercially zoned area for a commercial industrial complex in the middle of a non-contiguous lands is extremely irresponsible. You're creating a little city in the country, and projects like this should not be permitted in rural agriculture areas. Let's talk about why we're here tonight. NextEra disobeyed county permitting rules already. I have some questions. Where are these solar panels coming from? Are they coming from NextEra's partner that they work with that came from China called Jinko Solar, which has a plant in Florida, which the feds rated Jinko Solar May 2023? Or are they coming from the Uyghur panel, China panels? Or is a trade agreement against these panels? Have you asked them these questions? And did you get paperwork on it? I have concern with NextEra Energy's Boulevard Associates, LLC, a NextEra company that's wanting this project for the Douglas County West Gardner Solar LLC. On the Secretary of State side, it has listed ESI as the signer. ESI has already been mentioned tonight as breaking law intentionally, federal law that is, and they pled guilty. They're still on a 5-year probation for killing bald eagles. Let's talk about the PhD expert that Polsinelli and NextEra hired to consult with Douglas County and other counties that cite these projects, like the broken wind turbine blade in Marshall County that is improperly sited and landed on the road and on a non-participating landowner's land, creating multiple issues. Then February 14th of 2022, there was a conferee opponent for SB 353 in the Kansas Senate Utilities Committee, who misrepresented the truth with his testimony in regards to turbine noise. The PhD is Chris Olson, and Senator Mike Thompson would not allow him to come back in committee as a result. Senator Thompson also stated that Chris Olson, under oath in Ontario, Canada, misrepresented the truth back in March 2011. And based on what others have shared in ethics and business practices, do we want to do business with a company who has already shown us what type of business partner they are? I'm hearing rumors of something are tied to a hydrogen hub.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more public comment? Okay. We've taken 2.5 hours of public comment. This commission is going to need a little bit of a break. So we will reconvene at 10:05. Okay. If you remember, if you're here at the beginning, when I went over sort of the structure of this, after public comment, we give the applicant some time to share any of their thoughts based on what they heard with public comment. So I invite a representative of NextEra Energy if they'd like, they don't have to, come and provide a response.
Commissioners, no responses, but available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant or for Carl or for council? Or comments? You don't have any questions? Do you have any questions? Okay. Like Commissioner Willie, I don't have any questions of the applicant. I guess what I want to make clear, first I want to thank members of the public for coming and sharing, and a big thank you for the good civil discourse we just had. This doesn't happen in every commission meeting. It doesn't happen with our city commission, our school boards all the time. So I do want to thank you for following the guidelines that we set out and having a good conversation, even if some of you are on different sides of an argument. I said this at the beginning, and it still is true for me. This is not about a solar project or a large industrial scale solar project. I understand those of you who feel like this is we heard someone say it's a foot in the door. It's the first step to something. For me, it's not. For me, what I have to do is look at the very specific application that we have in front of us and think about how that impacts landowners in that area and how, because this is a land use issue. This is not necessarily, I don't feel comfortable determining whether companies are good or bad when we're looking at a land use issue. And so for me, it's really thinking about what are the impacts of this requested use on the community and how does that impact neighbors? And can we reduce the harm in enough way to make it a feasible use? I want to honor the people who own that land and would like to do something with that land. And I also want to understand from the neighbors how that will impact them. So for me, I think a lot of the things that I heard tonight, while I think you feel them and they're important, and I appreciate them, I just have to think about the land use for this one. And that's what's really important to me on this.
Can I make a little, what I think may be a clarification of what you said, Mr. Chair? And that is that with TBUs, I'm not sure that the reputation of the company is something that we legally get to consider, but I will ask. But we did write that into the solar regulations, which would be an entirely different process for that conditional use permit. So just kind of clarifying those, again, those two different things that we're up to. I know there was, a frustration with lack of information and that sort of thing. And, do we know what's in the panels? Do we know where the panels are coming from? All of those questions we get to ask in the process of a conditional use permit, but that's not on the table for tonight because there are no panels being considered with the TBU. So, but many of those things are specifically spelled out in the conditional use permit. The EPA data sheets have to be presented with those. There's very little grading allowed. There's very little chemical use allowed. There's no clearing of vegetation allowed. There are just a lot of things that we'll get to talk about those things if or when we have a conditional use permit in front of us that are different from what we can talk about tonight.
I appreciate my fellow commissioners' comments and echo all of them, and we'll just add or maybe put a point on process. And for those of you who've been here with us before, you've heard this from each of us before. There's tons of familiar faces in the crowd tonight that I've had individual conversations with. And so you've probably heard me say this before, but we really have to respect and be responsible for the different processes that exist within our county code and regulations. And there are different rules for different things. I think we've gone over that tonight. Could there be some reflection and possible improvements made to how we write about our TBUs in Douglas County? Possibly. Perhaps this is an example, along with some other things recently that are going to lead this commission to have deeper conversations about the specificity of those and the differences between TBUs and CUPs. All of that is really important to the process because we have to take one step at a time and we have to answer one question at a time. And as Commissioner Kelly pointed out, this is very particular and specific, limited question in front of us to consider. And much of the public comment we heard is about feelings and concerns. And I am not here to tell you that those are invalid. I think all feelings are valid and we have a duty to respond to the concerns as they are relevant. So to Commissioner Willie's point, if and when this hypothetical West Gardner solar project application comes to us after going through the full process with staff and the Planning Commission, all of which will be a public process, that there will be ample opportunity to dig into the nuances of those applications and the concerns within each individual application. And that process is really important to me. And I think we have to respect each part of the process along the way in order to have integrity in our decision-making and to be responsible representatives of the constituents that we serve. And not approving these TBUs does not necessarily mean that their project application will never be submitted nor approved by us if and when they do submit it. And just the same, approving these TBUs does not mean that the much talked about but yet to be applied for West Gardner Solar Project is going to be or should be approved by us. They are separate processes and they are separate decisions. I understand the feelings that it evokes for people who are concerned that it equals a foregone conclusion, but I don't believe that that's true. And I'm asking you to stick with the process and stay engaged, which I expect that you all will. On the other side of things, it is also not appropriate nor responsible for us to be asked as a governing body with significant responsibility and authority in these land use questions to just, well, I've been calling it green stamping, to rubber stamp or green stamp every renewable energy project that comes to us. We do have a responsibility to consider each one on the merits of its application. And that applies to everything that we do when it comes to land use. Every decision that we have to make is we have to consider the merits of the application in front of us for the very specific land use that is being asked of us to approve. And so I take that very seriously. And a lot of what we're talking about here has to stay grounded in facts and processes. And that doesn't mean that there isn't room for space to talk about feelings and politics, quite frankly. Those are conversations that I think the three of us are having with constituents nearly every day about a whole variety of things. But when it comes to us being up here and being asked to consider a very specific application, our job is to focus on facts and processes and respect those processes as they come to us, one step at a time, one question at a time, one ask at a time. And so I feel pretty strongly that, you know, the way that this conversation has evolved in our community recently is concerning to me, because I do not like the us versus them mentality that I see playing out in some of your public comments and private conversations that I've had with many folks individually. There's always a place to talk about feelings and talk about political differences. And I agree that tonight was a really good example of civil discourse and people having space and using space appropriately to talk about what they believe and what they feel, even though it may be in contradiction to the person before or after them who commented. And I've seen some conversations even happening out there in the audience amongst folks that maybe didn't come here together and maybe don't see eye to eye. And that I really want to encourage. And I hope that meaningful, deeper conversations continue to happen about all the nuances of these conversations, and that we are not speaking in hyperbole, and that we are not pitting each other, pitting folks against each other. I don't think that that's good for our community. I don't really think that that's a value that any of you or people in our community hold as important. I think that knowing each other and respecting each other and trying to move forward together is a value to most of us. So I hope that the discourse can continue to be civil. I also hope that conversations, both individually and here in our commission chambers, can continue to be productive and fact-based and have respect for the process, and for folks to stay engaged in these public processes, because this is what, quite literally, this is what democracy looks like. And I appreciate all of you coming here to participate in that with us. And I hope that in the future, you are paying attention to the details of the question that's in front of us, and don't make assumptions or jump to conclusions that a vote tonight automatically equals a future vote that you believe or expect that we are going to make. That's not true. And I feel that's not true for me. And I feel pretty confident saying that for fellow commissioners, because I think that we all take this role quite seriously and know that we have to judge each application and request of us on its merits individually.
One of the things you learn when you have to vote on things is that things are usually way more complex than they are at first glance. And that maybe more importantly, that two things can be true, that we can want to preserve our agricultural land, and we can want to address climate change and know that the choices that we make will impact our agricultural land. I've heard Plan 2040 and our comprehensive plan held up in here. And I would argue that you can hold it up on both sides of this argument, that both things can be true. I did a lot of work on our comprehensive plan. Anybody wants to sit down, I can go through all the contradictions in there. It's not totally clear. There's no right path in our comprehensive plan. You can pick it up and read it any way you want to get to the answer that you need to get to. And that's true on so many things that we have here. We can be disappointed that NextEra didn't follow our county regulations. That's true. We can be disappointed, and we can agree that our county regulations probably need to be considered again, and that maybe they're not clear enough, or that a TBU isn't the right use in this case. Both things can be true, and it's okay to say, I'm conflicted and I don't know what's the right thing, and we just have to work at getting better and better. But in this job and what we do, we have to make choices one way or another. We get a yes or no vote. That's it. We don't get to sit here and say, let's kick the can down the road because we need to keep working on it. So for those of you who say, well, let's just push this off further, let's have a longer discussion about it, I can't keep doing that. I mean, it just doesn't work. At some point, you need to make a choice. So I'm, since I brought up the question, I was very disappointed with NextEra's working after what I would call reasonable hours. I appreciate their apology. I hope our neighbors hear that apology and can understand that maybe sometimes we've made mistakes. For those of you who've never made mistakes, good for you. But sometimes mistakes are made, and sometimes things get outside of our control. Does that have an impact on what I think of NextEra as a company? Yes, it does. Do I trust them? I'm not sure I do, right? But I also understand that we are going to need to address climate change in our community, in our country, in our world in some way. We need people to develop solar projects. These are challenging, conflicting ideas that I think we are all struggling with and will continue to struggle with. I'm comfortable tonight with their response. I'm comfortable having listened to Carl. And at the same time, like I said, two things can be true. I also think our zoning regulations are not perfect. Our enforcement is not perfect. And we've got to continue to work to try to make it the best that we can.
I want to say that these conversations are personally hard for me and personally painful for me because of those kind of conflicted things that I care about. I both strongly think that we need to decarbonize our energy system. It's a responsible thing to do. And I also am a soil health nerd and spend a lot of my time caring about and learning about how we protect our soils in ways that we currently often do not. So these conversations, as I talk to folks, both who are carte blanche for renewable energy, I say these things are more complicated than that. They're more nuanced. There are a lot of conversations that have to be had. I do think we've captured some of those, hopefully the major ones in our solar regulations. We're still working on, or the Planning Commission is still working on wind regulations. Just bear with one another. Like, we have things we need to work out together as a community. So if you see someone here tonight that is wearing a different colored shirt than you are, that is a good conversation starter. We are all one community. The way neighbors are treating neighbors and church members are treating church members within this topic is not the way we move forward, and it's not who we are. So we've got a long ways to go. It may be a year, several years before we see an application. I don't know for any of these projects. So we have a long ways to go.
So commissioners, we have before us a recommended motion to approve a temporary business use permit. I'll just say, from looking at the application and the impacts, when I think about just what this request is doing, it seems reasonable to me, and I'm happy to make a motion for approval. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve the temporary business use permit ZTBU 20230005, CTBU 20230006, CTBU 20230007, and ZTBU 20230008 to allow utility scale solar testing activity to be located in sections 15, 22, 27, and 34 of Township 14 South, Range 21 east of 6th Principal Meridian for a 60-day period from June 22nd, 2023 to August 21st, 2003, with the condition as listed in the staff memo. That's the longest motion I've ever made.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those, any further conversation? Give Commissioner Reed a second. Okay, no further conversation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. Thank you all for coming this evening. We still have business to do here at our meeting, so if you want to have conversations, move that out in the hallway, please.
I'm here when you need me.
We do still have business this evening, so if you're going to have a conversation, we ask you go out in the hallway. Okay, commissioners, do we have any appointments we need to make?
Commissioners, I'm not aware of any appointments that I've sent you this last week.
All right. Hey, folks, if you could we are still meeting. If you could make your way out into the hallway to have a discussion.
And quietly.
That'd be great. This is not working at all. Move along. Thank you. We have this beautiful rotunda where you can have all kinds of good conversations that Commissioner Willie encouraged. That you encouraged. Okay. No appointments. Commissioner Administrator Miscellaneous. We usually start with Sarah's memo.
Commissioners, my memo is in the packet. The scheduled items are ones that you've seen in the past. I do want to point out that we have a work session next week on an update on our housing and homelessness strategic plan. And then there are no work sessions for the 5th and 12th of July, but there is a work session scheduled for July 19th. I think we will have one commissioner gone then. Also that I think that is the day of the judge's lunch. And I want to talk to commissioners about if we still want to have that, because I know I'll be gone and Commissioner Kelly will also be gone. But those are hard to reschedule with the judges. So we may just want to keep it. So just keep that in mind and let me know but if I lose more than another commissioner or so, we may look to move it. And commissioners, that's all I have.
Maybe it'd be good to have 5. So if one, never mind.
Sorry.
Okay, any other miscellaneous items, commissioners?
Just a question. Do we have to notice the budget hearings?
We will. I generally wait till I have them scheduled a little bit further out, but we will notice them.
Okay, anything else, commissioners?
Nope.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned.